Chapter 100. Although the southern pass had lost more than 100,000 people, they still had plenty of manpower. With the help of the civilians, the city gradually regained its liveliness. Only a few of the 40 or so Monster Hunters teams that came to participate in the war stayed in the main hall of the Temple of the Priests. The rest were given other accommodations. Long Houchin and the others were naturally among those who stayed behind. In a quiet room in the basement of the Temple of the Priests, Long Houchin gathered his companions in his room. The Temple of the Priests treated them well. Not only did they provide a quiet room for them to rest in, but they also provided a small arena for them to practice their skills. It was about 300 square meters. "Boss, why do we have to stay here to practice? Aren't we here to carry out a mission?" Sima Xian asked with a puzzled expression. He had the most fun killing in the battle that day. It was the first time the ball of light had appeared on the battlefield, and even he did not expect it to have such an effect. Originally, Sima Xian's strength was ranked the lowest in the team, not to mention Long Houchin and Kai. He was also inferior to Wang Yuan and Han Yu. However, after changing his equipment, in this battle, Han Yu and Wang Yuan combined couldn't kill as many devils as he alone. Wherever the ball of light went, it could be said that it was invincible. He naturally hoped that he could continue to show off his skills on the battlefield. Long Houchin said, "We shouldn't be fighting with the demons for the time being. If there's no war, our mission will naturally end. However, there's something more important for us to complete." He immediately explained the situation of the Dream Temple and the negotiations between the Alliance and the demons in detail. Spiritual stoves? There's actually a good place that produces a large number of spiritual stoves. Not only was Sima Xian pleasantly surprised, but the others also could not remain calm. Those were spiritual stoves. How could Long Houchin become the core of the team and defeat opponents that were stronger than him time and time again? Apart from his own strength, the two spiritual stoves that he possessed also played a crucial role. It could be said that without Long Houchin and Kair's 4 spiritual stoves, the strength of the 21st general-level monster hunters would be reduced by half. No matter what profession they were, it would be strange if they could remain calm after hearing the news about the spiritual stove. Lin Xian flicked his long hair and chuckled. "Boss, you and Vice Leader have to work hard. It's best if you can get a few spiritual stoves. I'm not picky. As long as it's fire elemental, I'm fine with it." Qin Inger snorted disdainfully. How shameless. All of them? With brother medicine, your medicine almost killed the regiment commander. And you still have the nerve to say that? Lin Xian snorted and said, "I made a mistake in my medicine. I accept the punishment. However, if you give me a fire-type spiritual stove, it will definitely make my spiritual power even purer. In the future, when he refined the medicine, the effect would naturally be better. I'm thinking for the sake of the team." Sima Xian laughed. "Don't give me that. Who can't contribute more to the team if they have a spiritual stove? However, can spiritual stoves be brought around so easily? Stop dreaming. We're still hoping that Boss and Vice Leader can have a spiritual stove." Seeing that his companions could not hide their desire, Long Houchin said, "It's not like you guys don't have a chance to get a spiritual stove." The 5 of them widened their eyes almost at the same time. It was a little strange. Long Houchin said, "This time Kair and I will each take a spot to enter the Dream Shrine." When Grandpa Ling explained the situation of the Dream Shrine to us in detail, he mentioned that those who can enter can't have more than 10,000 spiritual power points. Otherwise, they will suffer from the backlash of the Dream Shrine. This means that the other candidates to enter the shrine should have a cultivation base of level 6 and try to get as close to 10,000 spiritual power points as possible. I reckon that they will be chosen from other monster hunters. Our group has already taken 2 spots. The chances of being chosen are very small. However, this is an opportunity that only comes once in 100 years. I hope that everyone can get it. That's why I want to bring you guys in. I asked Grandmaster to go into seclusion. One reason is to increase everyone's strength in this month. At the same time, I also want to see if my idea can succeed. If it succeeds, then you guys can follow me and Kair into the Dream Shrine. As he spoke, Long Houchin had already released a spiritual light barrier to envelop his companions, isolating them from the outside world. My idea is very simple. That is eternal sleep. When they were cultivating in the Holy City, because everyone had taken the Holy Spirit pill, they had been constantly increasing their own cultivation bases. Before they could enter the Tower of Eternity to cultivate, they were called up for this forced war mission. Now that they heard Long Houchin mention the Tower of Eternity again, everyone's expression suddenly became interesting. Everyone's face showed that they were eager to try it out. Wang Yuanyuan said, "Leader, what you mean is that when you and the deputy leader enter the Dream Shrine, we should stay in the Tower of Eternity. After we enter the shrine, then let us out?" Long Houchin nodded and said, "That's right. That's why we first have to test the feasibility of the situation." Grandpa Ling said that there is no limit to the number of people who can enter the Dream Shrine at one time. However, there are usually around 20 types of spiritual stoves produced, and there is only one of each type. If there are too many people entering, it will cause a loss of balance. We might even face danger without any rewards. This time, the agreement with the demons is that each side will send 10 people into the shrine. In other words, if I bring you guys in, we have to work hard to snatch food from the demons' mouths. At the same time, we have to do our best not to be discovered by our own people. And the problems we are facing now are mainly focused on the Dream Shrine and the Tower of Eternity itself. First of all, if you guys stay in the Tower of Eternity as the person who activated the Tower of Eternity, will it affect you guys if I return to the real world? Secondly, will the Tower of Eternity be able to release you guys in the Dream Shrine? The third point was whether the Dream Shrine would reject the Tower of Eternity. We can solve the first problem through experiments. However, if we solve this problem, we can't predict the next 2 problems in advance. Therefore, I can't guarantee that I will definitely bring you guys into the Dream Shrine. Sima Xian laughed and said, "Boss, it's already a pleasant surprise for us to have a chance. Even if we don't succeed, it doesn't matter. Anyway, if you and the deputy leader become stronger, we can also become stronger." His words were not completely flattering. It could be said that without the leadership of Long Houchin and Kai, how could their newly formed monster hunters have so many merits to improve everyone's strength? It seemed that Long Houchin had obtained a lot of benefits, but they had also obtained a lot, right? Sima Xian and Channing had advanced to the 5th order one after another, and now everyone's strength was above 5th order level 5. This speed of improvement was absolutely shocking. At the Monster Hunters Mission Center, as long as you had enough merits, who could say that there wasn't anything better than the Holy Spirit pill? The stronger Long Houchin and Kai were, the more difficult the missions they could lead them to, and the more merits they would naturally obtain. Therefore, what Sima Xian said was agreed by everyone. Long Houchin said, "Then let's hurry up and carry out the experiment. Even if you guys can't enter the Dream Shrine with me and Kai, or this time, everyone's strength can still be improved in the Tower of Eternity. The sooner we break through to the 6th order, the sooner we can advance to the commander level. Everyone, adjust yourselves, will immediately enter the Tower of Eternity." Wait a minute. Han Yu, who hadn't spoken until now, suddenly said, "Boss, this is the main hall of the Temple of the Priests. If we enter the Tower of Eternity from here, will we be discovered by the aura of death?" Although Han Yu was very arrogant at the beginning, there was a certain reason for it. In addition to his own strength, his mind was also the most meticulous. It was a pity that he met Long Houchin at that time. His brilliance had always been concealed. And now, as Long Houchin's retainer knight, he naturally had to consider for Long Houchin and help him fill in the gaps. Long Houchin shook his head and said, "I've already experimented when I was in the Holy City. Because Electrolux is the holy law of necromancy, his own attribute is light. Therefore, when entering the Tower of Eternity, only a weak light element will be emitted. This point was probably thought of when he was building the Tower of Eternity. Everyone, stand in a circle around me. When we're teleported to the Tower of Eternity, don't act rashly and listen to my orders. To be honest, at this time Long Houchen was a little nervous. After all, this was related to the safety of his companions. Therefore, when he said the last sentence, his expression was especially serious. Han Yu and the other four nodded, changed into their equipment, and stood in a circle around Long Houchen. Long Houchen himself also put on the brilliant holy armor. With the brilliant holy shield in his left hand and Kai-Er in his right, he slowly closed his eyes. A soft golden light rippled out from his chest like water. That was the light that belonged to the eternal melody. These days, whether Long Houchen was in a coma or after waking up, the eternal melody had always maintained a high temperature. Fortunately, Long Houchen himself was already used to it. He understood more and more about the strangeness of this necklace. That day, when the rank 8 moon devil that he severely injured shouted the 2 words artifact before he left, he heard it. Because at the moment when he was unconscious, his whole body seemed to have entered a special spiritual power. It was also this spiritual power that protected him. Obviously, it was the eternal melody, or rather, the eternal sleep. Was it really an artifact? However, was the eternal melody or the Tower of Eternity an artifact? Long Houchen was more inclined to the latter. Without a doubt, from everything that the Tower of Eternity had shown, Long Houchen felt that it deserved to be called an artifact. There were too many mystical things waiting for him to explore there. Moreover, this time his repulsion towards the Tower of Eternity had lessened a little. It could be said that without the Tower of Eternity, even if he didn't die, he would probably lose a layer of skin. However, for the eternal melody to be able to be the key to the Tower of Eternity, it itself was quite mystical. There was only one reason for the high temperature, and that was because there were too many casualties from the war here. The eternal melody was absorbing souls. What surprised Long Houchen even more was that it had been absorbing souls and was emitting a high temperature at Long Houchen's chest. However, even a rank 9 powerhouse like Ling Xiao did not notice it when he was healing him. This was quite strange. The light emitted by the eternal melody became stronger and stronger, and under the control of Long Houchen's will, a golden halo appeared beneath his feet. Following that, the golden halo quickly shifted and appeared beneath Kai-Er, Han Yu, Wang Yuan Yuan, Sun Ma Xian, Lin Xian, and Qining. The 7 golden halos shone with a dazzling radiance, and traces of mystical golden patterns quickly linked the 7 halos together. At this moment, a blinding white light burst forth from Long Houchen's chest, and everyone subconsciously closed their eyes because of the blinding light. None of them saw a snowflake-shaped formation floating above their heads, and in the next instant, the light suddenly converged towards a point in the middle, until it completely disappeared, and even Long Houchen and the rest disappeared without a trace. No one knew that the 21st general-level monster hunters, who were in seclusion, had all disappeared just like that. Everyone, including Long Houchen, had a strange feeling. It was as if something was pressing down on their bodies, making them unable to move at all. Everything around them was distorted white, and they could not open their eyes at all. The immense spatial pressure caused them to temporarily lose the ability to breathe. Among the 7 of them, the one who felt it the most was not Long Houchen, but Wang Yuan Yuan. Wang Yuan Yuan had the rare space attribute, and during the process of teleportation, she suddenly had some enlightenment. After all, not everyone could experience this kind of teleportation. Normally, a space magician had to be at least at the 8th level to be able to master teleportation. Moreover, it required extremely complicated incantations, and there was a limit to the teleportation distance. Long Houchen relied on the connection between the eternal melody and the Tower of Eternity to teleport to a fixed point. Wang Yuan Yuan was not the initiator, so she was completely a bystander to feel the strangeness of this teleportation. If anyone could see her at this moment, they would see a faint layer of silver light appearing on her body, slightly twisting and fluctuating. The entire teleportation did not take long, and after about 10 seconds, the light suddenly converged. Everyone felt their bodies sink, and when the blinding white light disappeared, they felt like they were standing on solid ground. They opened their eyes subconsciously, and with the exception of Long Houchin, everyone felt an irrepressible fear in their hearts. The terrifying aura of death covered the sky and the earth, and the aura of death that would produce endless coldness, silence, and despair in their hearts made their hair stand on end. They subconsciously tightened their bodies and at the same time raised the weapons in their hands. At this moment, a faint circle of golden light spread out from Long Houchin's body. It was a very simple skill, Holy Light Barrier. The Holy Light Barrier with ripples of light easily covered all 7 of them, and it also isolated the aura of death from the outside world. The aura of death hit the Holy Light Barrier, and the eternal melody on Long Houchin's chest was immediately activated. A majestic aura spread out from Long Houchin's body, and the aura of death immediately weakened. At least, it did not dare to attack his Holy Light Barrier anymore. In the memory that Scourge Electrolux left for Long Houchin, there was a special way for him to lead his companions here. It was very simple. Use an area of effect skill to cover his companions. Any area of effect skill would do, because as long as they used the skill, they would be attacked by the aura of death, and it would naturally trigger the aura of the eternal melody. At this time, the 7 of them were still in a cave, and the surrounding situation was exactly the same as the cave of dread that Long Houchin had entered. However, everyone knew that this was definitely not the cave of dread, and it was very likely that this was not the holy demon continent that they were in. In the air, countless wraiths floated slowly. When they felt the aura emitted from their bodies, these wraiths had the desire to attack. However, with the majestic aura emitted by the eternal melody, the wraiths suddenly seemed to be greatly frightened, and immediately fled far away. They did not even dare to approach the Tower of Eternity for the time being. It was the first time that the others saw the Tower of Eternity, and they all let out a gasp of surprise. Especially when they saw the wraiths, the fear in their hearts deepened. However, they were also the young elites of the Temple League, and with the protection of Long Houchin, they quickly calmed down. In fact, they were not the only ones who were surprised. Long Houchin was just as shocked. This was because the Tower of Eternity that appeared in front of him had changed, and it was different from what he had seen before. The last time he saw the Tower of Eternity, it was still emitting a gray light, and the wraiths were also gray. However, this time, Long Houchin was surprised to find that the Tower of Eternity had turned white. That's right, both the body and the light it emitted were actually white. However, this white was not of the light attribute, but the pure aura of death. Even the vengeful spirits had turned white. Moreover, the number of vengeful spirits had doubled. Could it be that the Tower of Eternity had evolved? Long Houchin suddenly had doubts in his heart. In the face of this situation, he had to use his sealed memories to search. For a long time, because of his inner rejection, he deliberately did not think about what had happened in the Tower of Eternity, so that he would not remember the memories that were imprinted in the depths of his memory that could not be eliminated. At this time, under the influence of his mind, he quickly found the answer. As he expected, the changes in the Tower of Eternity actually came from the war at Southern Pass. The existence and operation of the Tower of Eternity required a huge amount of soul energy as the foundation. The original Tower of Eternity was not known what method Sleeping Disaster Electrolux used to solidify the terrifying soul energy of Pang Tian, which was likely related to his own soul. The energy of the Tower of Eternity itself was strong enough. However, after tens of thousands of years of tempering, although the Tower of Eternity could absorb soul energy from the outside world, the absorption was limited, especially after Long Houchin opened it. Its soul energy even leaked to a certain extent. However, when Long Houchin arrived at Southern Pass, the souls of countless humans and demons were transferred here through the eternal melody on Long Houchin's chest, thus completely awakening the tower and replenishing it with enough energy. In the memory, there were some very profound things that Long Houchin could not understand, and there were even some memories that were sealed, as if he was not strong enough to see them. However, he was still shocked. Although he had a strong psychological resistance to necromancers, he had to admit that sleeping disaster Electrolux was an absolute genius. The memory told him that one of the few things that Electrolux was most proud of in his life was the use of soul energy, which Electrolux himself called soul circulation. In other words, after giving him enough soul energy, he could use a special method to make the soul energy self-circulate, thus achieving the effect of producing new soul energy. It was just like how a man and a woman together would give birth to a new life. This was also an important reason why the Tower of Eternity still had such great power after tens of thousands of years. At this moment, after receiving the injection of Pang Tian's soul energy, the Tower of Eternity was truly awakened and possessed its true power. How do you guys feel? Sima Xian asked the others in a low voice. At this time, Wang Yuanyuan was still immersed in her understanding of the law of space and did not say a word, but Han Yu, who had always been calm, blurted out, "Insignificant in front of this Tower of Eternity. I feel very insignificant." His words were approved by the others, and Lin Xan said without hesitation, "Me too. I feel like a vengeful spirit here. And I'm not even as strong as a vengeful spirit. It's really terrifying. One can imagine how powerful and terrifying this holy law of necromancy was when he was alive." At this time, Long Houchin had already recovered and turned to his companions. "Everyone, follow me closely. Do not leave the range of the holy light cover. Let's enter the tower." Everyone nodded. It could be said that after coming to this strange world, Long Houchin was their only pillar. Long Houchin hugged Kai tightly, but was surprised to find that the temperature of Kai Er's body seemed to have dropped a little. He hurriedly wrote in her palm to ask. To Long Houchin's surprise, the answer that Kai replied to him was, "I like it here very much. My spiritual stove of samsara and sword of samsara seem to like it here very much. Here, my cultivation speed will increase greatly." This answer surprised Long Houchin, but he was smart and quickly found some answers. What was Kai Er's attribute? It had always been a mystery in everyone's heart. Long Houchin had never asked her, and she never told him. If she felt comfortable and close here, then there was no doubt that Kai Er's attribute was related to the energy of death. It was very likely that her attribute was death or killing. This was probably the reason why she was not willing to tell him. After a short moment of surprise, Long Houchin led the group slowly towards the Tower of Eternity. Looking at the vengeful spirits that quickly scattered and dodged, the fear in the hearts of the 21st general-level monster hunters gradually disappeared, and was replaced by excitement and curiosity towards new things. The door of the Tower of Eternity was open. Of course, it was open for Long Houchin. As for whether there would be people coming here in this new world, there was no need to worry at all. The vengeful spirits outside were the best guards. If anyone wanted to enter the Tower of Eternity under their attack, they would have to have Haoyuat as well. As soon as they stepped into the door of the Tower of Eternity, the surrounding energy of death instantly became strong. However, at this time, Long Houchin removed his holy light shield. Entering the Tower of Eternity, the threat to their lives had been eliminated. Since they were here to train, then his partners must adapt to the situation in the Tower of Eternity. Otherwise, how could they fight? Trembling became inevitable for everyone, even Kai Er. However, Long Houchin, who was holding Kai Er, felt that her trembling was due to excitement, and it was an instinctive excitement of her body. Kai Er even hurriedly pulled Long Houchin's hand and wrote on his palm, "I want to train for a while. I have a feeling of enlightenment." After saying this, she sat down directly on the spot. put her hands flat on her knees, palms facing up, and pinched a strange sign with her fingers. Kai, is fine. She wants to train here for a while. Everyone, stay where you are and don't move. Adapt to the energy of death here as soon as possible. There's one thing you must remember. Don't step forward. As long as we move forward, our training will begin. It will be hard to resist. The death energy in the Tower of Eternity was not actually stronger than the outside, but it was pure. The pure and impurities of the death energy itself was not aggressive, but it could easily bring a sense of oppression to everyone. More importantly, apart from Long Houchen, no one else could feel the existence of elements that were of the same attribute as them. In other words, they could not recover their spiritual power. Of course, this did not include Kai, or who was already sitting on the ground. From her gentle eyebrows, it could be seen that she was very used to the environment here. Long Houchen said to his companions, "The situation here is very special. Later, I will demonstrate what kind of training we will be going through. Your spiritual power cannot recover, so we will be training here for a while. Then we will return to our world to let everyone recover their spiritual power and then come back. Watch carefully." As he said this, he raised his right hand and a blue golden light shone. Blue rain and hibiscus of light had already appeared in his hands. With the radiant holy shield in front of his body, Long Houchen took 3 firm steps forward. These 3 steps just happened to take him to the place where he was in the first training. Suddenly, 2 white lights drilled out of the ground as if a mechanism had been triggered. It was still the same 2 huge skeletons, with a shield on the left and a sword on the right, with the 3 halos of courage, faith, and power attack. They charged straight at Long Houchen. This time, Long Houchen did not have Haoyue's help. However, he was also not the Long Houchen from the first time he came here. Feeling the powerful aura emitted by these 2 skeletons, Han Yu, Sima Xian, and the rest's complexion immediately changed. 6th rank, this was clearly a 6th rank. They had just entered the tower's door, and they were already facing 6th rank opponents. No wonder Long Houchen told them not to act blindly without thinking. Moreover, the light attribute aura on the skeletons also made them greatly shocked. Long Houchen was already prepared. A dense, liquid-like golden light instantly flashed and rose. The pair of wings, flickering with the light of the rising sun, appeared on his back once again. Spiritual power transformed into wings, the symbol of 6th rank. However, spiritual wings could only be a symbol here because when Long Houchen tried to flap them, he found that he was unable to fly. Of course, the function of spiritual wings was not as simple as flight. At the same time, it also had the function of gathering spiritual power. Relying on the eternal melody in his chest and his spiritual aperture, his current spiritual power recovery speed could only be described as terrifying. However, inside this Tower of Eternity, the light elemental Fairyting was still unable to appear. It seemed that she was being suppressed by the Tower of Eternity. Without Haoyue's restraint, the 2 skeletons rushed towards Long Houchen together. Moreover, they were even cooperating with each other. One of the skeletons' eyes flashed with 2 clusters of golden flames. The bone blade in its hand also seemed to have the intention of turning golden. As for the other skeleton, it directly charged towards Long Houchen and slashed down with its bone blade. They were actually cooperating. The skeleton whose bone blade had turned golden was obviously going to use the Azura slash. Under such circumstances, how could Long Houchen let it succeed? A strong golden and blue light shone in his right hand. In the next moment, 2 dragon roars sounded at the same time. One was loud and the other was low, but they emitted a strange vibration. 1 gold and 1 blue. Too many dragons shot out like lightning. In an instant, they collided with the skeleton that was preparing to use the Azura slash. In the midst of the loud bang, the skeleton's bone shield and the bone blade in its hand, which were trying to resist, were instantly shattered. The bones in its chest were also shattered. However, it still did not fall. Unfortunately, the evolved version of luminous hibiscus thorn was not something it could contend with. The pressure of the light dragon and water dragon entangling and binding directly crushed its broken body. A ball of white light then flew into Long Houchen's chest. After using luminous hibiscus thorn again, Long Houchen discovered that the biggest feature of this skill after its evolution was not the increase in attack power. To be precise, its attack power was only slightly increased. When facing a skeleton at its peak state, it would not be able to directly kill it. The most important thing was its evolved restriction ability. This was the aspect that Long Houchen was most lacking in. Therefore, it was undoubtedly of great help to him. However, Long Houchen did not expect that after trapping the enemy, the light dragon and water dragon's contraction power would be so great. After all, this was only the second time he used the evolved luminous hibiscus thorn. At the same time as the luminous hibiscus thorn was released, the other skeleton's attack arrived. The glorious sacred shield technique was activated. Divine defense block. Clang! There was a loud sound. Long Houchen did not move an inch. Instead, it was the skeleton's bone blade that was shaken up. The current Long Houchen was not so easy to bully. He was already rank 6. Moreover, he had changed to the glorious sacred shield, a piece of glorious equipment. The luminous hibiscus thorn returned at the right time. Next, it was time for Long Houchen to perform. The demon destruction flash erupted. Countless light spots transformed into dazzling halos that covered the sky and covered the earth. Although the skeleton also had a bone shield, its biggest weakness was that its equipment was weaker and its defense was not strong. Under the attack of the demon destruction flash, it was impossible for it to release such a powerful attack skill like Azura Slash. After the demon destruction flash, Long Houchen connected it with the sacred sword that was released by Graft. Amidst the dragon's roar, the sacred sword version of the rising dragon strike erupted and directly crushed the skeleton's body. This time, the golden light that represented the cultivation method of Azura Slash did not appear again. However, that white light still flowed into Long Houchen's body. Without a doubt, this was 20 spiritual energy points. However, Long Houchen naturally would not waste it by absorbing it at this time. It only took a few breaths' time to get rid of the 2 skeletons. After advancing to rank 6, Long Houchen's overall strength had obviously increased tremendously, especially his individual combat power. Without Haoyue's help, he successfully got rid of the 2 skeletons. However, at the same time, it was not easy for him. Since he had nothing to worry about, he could be said to have launched an all-out attack. He used both of his trump cards, Luminous Rain, Hibiscus Thorn, and Flower Graft Wood, to prevent the 2 skeletons from exploding with tyrannical attack power. However, even so, the general rank 21 monster hunters and the others still clearly saw the tyrannical strength of the skeletons. Long Houchen's current problem was the rank 6 skills. Although he had his father's ring of inheritance, because he had just advanced to rank 6, he had not had the time to understand some of the rank 6 skills, let alone the Guardian Knight skills. He could only learn them when he returned to Knights Templars. Of course, he could not wait that long. He prepared to look for the real Grandmaster, Han Q, to learn the skills in the next few days. Secret skills could not be taught casually, but normal rank 6 skills could be taught. Did everyone see it clearly? Long Houchen turned to his companions and explained the use of the white light. 1 light could increase 10 spiritual energy points. Even for Long Houchen, it would take a long time to train, let alone the others. They did not have the physique of the Son of Light. It was not difficult to adapt to the death energy. After all, it was not aggressive. It was just that not being able to recover spiritual energy made everyone feel a little uncomfortable. After his companions expressed that there was no problem, Long Houchen nodded and said, "Continue forward. I do not know how strong the trial we will face is, but I will do my best to protect everyone. If you really can't resist, quickly retreat. As long as you retreat to a certain range, the skeletons will not continue to attack. Moreover, every time we leave here and return, the trial will also start from the first 2 skeletons." Sima Xian shook his vigor ball of light and said, "Boss, let's start. I can't wait anymore." Long Houchin nodded and said, "Go." As he said that, he walked at the front, while the other 5 maintained their usual battle formation and advanced forward. Long Houchin's speed was very slow. The trial had to be triggered one by one. Otherwise, if too many were triggered, it would be a disaster for everyone. Continuing forward, after about 5 steps, Long Houchin's heart suddenly felt a sense of danger, and he subconsciously held the shield in his hand horizontally, only to hear a light ding sound. A sharp spiritual energy almost penetrated the brilliant Holy Shield's defense. Fortunately, the Holy Shield technique on Long Houchin's shield was activated in time, and he was able to block the attack. An illusory figure flashed and disappeared. Long Houchin was shocked, and he shouted loudly. Blue rain and hibiscus of light were released in his hands. At this time, a groan came from behind Long Houchin. Wang Yuanyuan's body fell back, and there was a deep scratch on her armor. Assassin, it was actually an assassin, and there was more than one. The demon-killing flash missed, and the large area coverage actually did not hit the enemy. Chapter 101. It could be said that Long Houchin's team was most afraid of assassins because they did not have a real priest who could release the Eye of Truth, so naturally they could not detect the existence of the assassins. In the absence of Hao Yue, they could not see through the assassin's invisibility. Long Houchin hurriedly released a holy barrier covering all his companions. When he first came here, he only vaguely understood that the test here would not harm his life, but it was hard to say whether the companions he brought in would have such preferential treatment. Long Houchin thought that the next test might be to increase the number of skeletons, but who knew that it would be an assassin? Protect Lin, Xian, and Ing. Long Houchin bellowed. It was also at this moment that the barrier of holy light he had released disappeared easily, like a punctured balloon. Long Houchin's team had a lot of strengths, but there were also shortcomings. Not having a real priest was one of them, and the other was that they did not have a strong enough area of effect attack. Lin Xian, a magician, could only be used for defense. A layer of red light rippled from the staff in Lin Xian's hand, and he actually cast 4 elemental fire shields in a row to protect himself and Qining. 2 muffled groans sounded, and Sima Xian and Han Yu were also attacked. Sima Xian was a little better. His new armor was very tough, but Han Yu was not so lucky. His armor was still the same as before. It could barely be considered as a spirit demon. In an instant, he was pierced by an invisible assassin, and blood spurted out from his chest. This attack was extremely sharp, and Han Yu groaned, his body swayed, and he almost fell. Fortunately, the power of the soul chain was released, and everyone shared the power of this attack. Of course, they would not sit still and wait for death, and hurriedly release their skills in the air, planning to force the enemy away. But the 2 invisible assassins disappeared again. Han Yu's voice was a little hoarse as he said, "What a strong spiritual force! It's concentrated at one point." The sharp spiritual power was like steel needles drilling into his body. Even with the life-sharing soul chain helping him bear the pain was still very intense. His face was pale, and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. What to do? At this moment, these 3 words appeared in everyone's mind. There was no way they could fight against 2 assassins. They came and went without a trace. His dodging ability was even stronger. Even Long Houchin's timely demon-killing flash could not capture their bodies. The only explanation was that these 2 assassins were also Tier 6 and above. Just as Long Houchin was about to give the order to retreat, a black figure suddenly rushed over from behind. With a soft ring, the black shadow appeared beside Long Houchin. Then, a puff of white mist sprayed out from the black shadow's hand, and another figure suddenly appeared in the void in front of him. This figure did not seem to have a physical body. It was somewhat like the resentful spirits outside, but it had a human form. How could Long Houchin let go of such a good opportunity? With a flash of white light, the saint's spiritual stove had already successfully connected him with the opponent. At the same time, the spiritual stove's pulling ability was activated, directly pulling the opponent toward him. The black shadow that suddenly appeared flashed again. This time, it appeared in front of Hanyu. With another ring and a puff of white mist, the figure of another assassin also appeared. The black shadow that appeared in time was naturally cut. She, who had been cultivating at the entrance, suddenly felt the danger and immediately took action. Although she had lost her 4 senses, Kai-Er's cultivation from a young age was carried out in a cycle of losing her 6 senses. Therefore, her senses and touch were extremely sharp. Although she had lost her 4 senses, her 2 senses were strengthened. She blocked the attacks of the 2 assassins by a hair's breadth. Although the team's leader had always been Long Houchin, and all the light was on him. However, as the reincarnation saintess who had the same level of talent as him, how could she lack wisdom? Being willing to hide her light behind Long Houchin did not mean that Kai-Er was not intelligent. Feeling the misfortune of her companions, she immediately guessed what kind of enemy they had encountered. Those 2 puffs of white mist were the assassins revealing powder. In fact, it was a kind of white powder. It was specially used to break an assassin's invisibility. It just so happened to come in handy at this time. Long Houchin's side was attracting 1 assassin. As soon as the second assassin appeared, the other's attacks naturally arrived. Because Hanyu had just received an attack, his body was not feeling well. He subconsciously took a step back and used his shield to block in front of him. Wang Yuanyuan's divine giant soul shield came to an abrupt stop with an ear-piercing, whistling sound. Sima Xian's vigorous ball of light also followed. This time, they were finally able to see the assassin's movements clearly. Facing the 2's pincer attack, the assassin's body suddenly retreated like lightning. Its movements were very fleeting, as if its body did not have the slightest bit of weight. Before Wang Yuanyuan and Sima Xian's attacks could reach it, it had already swung away. Its body made a very natural turn in the air, pouncing towards Kai-Er. The attack couldn't keep up with the speed of the dodge. What kind of situation was this? The vengeful spirit assassin that appeared in the Tower of Eternity was obviously not that easy to deal with. Unfortunately, the attacks of others might not be enough. But don't forget that there was still Long Houchin. Vengeful spirits were indeed weightless and had a strong immunity to physical attacks. However, when faced with the saint's spiritual stove's pull, they would receive the greatest restriction. Not having the ability to attack physical attacks became their biggest weakness. The vengeful spirit that was pulled by Long Houchin screeched as it was forcibly pulled towards Long Houchin. In desperation, it could only take advantage of the situation to launch an attack towards Long Houchin. Its hands were like 2 sharp thorns, erupting with dozens of light dots that enveloped Long Houchin's body. But what greeted it was only Long Houchin's powerful chop. Blue rain and hibiscus of light erupted with the Azura chop. Amidst the ear-piercing whistling sound, the Azura chop responded. The dense light elements formed a giant blade in the air. This wasn't just a physical attack, but a magic weapon that was a fusion of blue rain, hibiscus of light, and the light elements. Without any suspense, the vengeful spirit assassin was instantly chopped into 2 halves. The tyrannical liquid spiritual power directly crushed its body into pieces. And at this time, Long Houchin's second saint spiritual stove's release was completed. It just so happened that the other vengeful spirit assassin was in the process of pouncing towards Kai-Er. Its body was forcibly pulled away. Next, this vengeful spirit assassin had to face Long Houchin's blue rain and hibiscus of light's glorious sun chop. Reality proved that the Azura chop was unnecessary. Even if it was the combination of glorious sun chop and demon destruction flash, this vengeful spirit assassin still couldn't withstand it. It directly turned into nothingness in front of Long Houchin. Of course, the two vengeful spirit assassins' deaths also brought Long Houchin 2 new balls of white light, but still that golden ball of light didn't appear. Although the 2 vengeful spirit assassins had already been dealt with, everyone's back was still drenched in cold sweat, especially Hanyu. It wasn't easy for him to dispel the sharp spiritual energy that had invaded his body. And during this process, the 7 people's soul chains and life-sharing golden light had never disappeared. In other words, everyone had always been helping him endure the continuous damage from that sharp energy. Hanyu said with lingering fear, "If it wasn't for the soul chains, I'm afraid I would have lost the ability to fight after that attack. If I was followed up with another attack, I would undoubtedly die. Such a powerful attack." Long Houchin nodded. This kind of vengeful spirit assassin is the same as the Nightmare Marrow from before. Both have powerful attacks and insufficient defense. The vengeful spirit assassin's greatest characteristic should be their speed. If it wasn't for the Saint Spiritual Stove's guidance, I'm afraid it would have been even more difficult. Sima Xian rubbed his bald head. "How about I try to learn Eye of Truth when I get back?" Everyone looked at him strangely. Stupid Lin patted his back and said, "Hey, if you could learn it, would you have waited until now? Don't tell me you only found out about the practicality of Eye of Truth today." Sima Xian said with a bitter face, "It's not my fault that I can't learn it. It's talent, it's talent." Long Houchin looked at his companions and said, "Do we still want to move forward?" Everyone's expression changed. Obviously, if it wasn't for Long Houchin and Kair, the 5 of them would have died without a doubt against the 2 vengeful spirit assassins. There was no suspense. This was only the second test, and they couldn't even see what was at the end of the first floor of the Tower of Eternity. Everyone felt a little discouraged. But this is enough to make everyone lose confidence. "Then you guys better not go to the Dream Shrine," Long Houchin said in a low voice. "Here, at least we can control ourselves to only face one test, and we can still retreat. But the dangers we face in the Dream Shrine are unknown. We can't always face enemies weaker than us. Only by facing them head-on can we become truly strong. Continue, boss. At worst, we'll just take a few hits. With the soul chain, there's nothing to be afraid of." Sima Xian once again valiantly raised his vigor ball of light. Everyone else's eyes became firm again. As for Kair, she returned to Long Houchin's side. She couldn't hear what her companions were saying, but her actions had already explained her thoughts. She hugged Long Houchin's neck and wrapped her legs around his waist. They were truly riding their spears together. Long Houchin took a deep breath and said, "Since the first floor's test is all rank 6 enemies, then what we'll face next is very likely to be a change in the species and quantity of the undead creatures. Our individual strength won't increase anymore, so don't feel pressured. Sima is right, we have the soul chain to share our lives. What's there to be afraid of? Continue forward." As he said that, he brought his companions forward another 3 steps. No response, another 3 steps. Changes suddenly appeared. 2 silhouettes appeared not far away without a sound. They were still skeletons, but they were different from the skeletons they encountered at the beginning because they had mounts. Skeleton Knight. Both skeletons were riding on skeleton horses, and the weapons in their hands weren't shields or blades, but spears. And only spears. The sound of heavy hooves suddenly erupted, and the 2 skeleton knight charged towards Long Houchin's group at lightning speed. Although the skeleton knight looked strong, everyone was relieved. At least it was better than facing the vengeful spirits. There was always an opponent in front of them. Long Houchin didn't move because he was afraid that his charge would trigger a follow-up test. Blue Rain and Hibiscus of Light swung forward. Light Severing Sword. The light severing sword with Ripple of Light undoubtedly raised the attack power to a new level. The golden light blade turned into 2 in the air and slashed towards the 2 skeleton knight. With Long Houchin's current cultivation, Using the light-severing sword didn't require any incantations, even if it was accompanied by ripple of light. The two skeleton knights' eyes lit up with a golden light. The spears in their hands pointed forward at the same time. Then a tyrannical scene appeared. The tips of the spears in the hands of the two skeleton knights each spouted out a 3 feet long golden ray, which just happened to hit the center of the light, severing sword's light blade. With an ear-piercing whistle, Long Houchen's 2 light, severing swords were broken, just like that. The two skeleton knight had also arrived in front of Long Houchen. However, they didn't arrive at the same time. Just as they were about to reach Long Houchen, one of the knights suddenly slowed down. At the same time that the other knight charged forward, he dismounted from his skeleton horse and hid behind the knight in front of him, forming a situation where the two of them charged one after the other. His companions were behind Long Houchen, so he naturally couldn't do too much. Brilliant Holy Shield, Holy Light Seeping Shield, and Divine Block were released at the same time. Lin Xian's 2 elemental fire shields were also superimposed in an instant. Hiss! It wasn't a violent roar, but an ear-piercing friction sound. The skeleton knight rushed in front of Long Houchen and actually swept past him. The spear in its hand instantly streaked across Long Houchen's brilliant holy shield. At this moment, the second skeleton knight, who was hiding behind, arrived with its spear. Unlike the first knight, the spear in the second skeleton knight's hand had actually turned completely golden. The 3 feet of golden radiance that it spat out earlier had actually turned into a substance. The air contracted rapidly. Long Houchen only felt that his body was forcefully restrained by an incomparably powerful force. He had to face this attack head-on. Long Houchen's perception was much stronger than ordinary people. He had superhuman mental strength. He immediately felt that he couldn't block this spear with the divine block of the brilliant holy shield. That skeleton knight gave him a very shocking feeling. Its body, the skeleton horse, and the spear in its hand seemed to have completely fused into one. All the attack power of its body was concentrated at the tip of the spear. Its attack power couldn't be measured by normal conditions. Under such circumstances, Long Houchen's adaptability was undoubtedly displayed. The defense that Lin Xian added on his body was still there, but he tore away the brilliant holy shield. To be precise, he directly let go of it, letting it fall to the ground. At the same time, both of his hands grasped blue rain and hibiscus of light. Shura! Slash! Suddenly erupted. Blue rain and hibiscus of light emitted a strange buzzing sound. An intense golden radiance erupted like a geyser. A terrifying combat power was also released at this time. The blade and the tip of the spear made a gorgeous contact in the air. A kind of explosive sound that seemed like the space suddenly ruptured resounded. That ear-piercing sound made everyone have the urge to cover their ears. Long Houchen only felt as if he was hit by a mountain. His entire body responded and was thrown backward. At the same time, he let out a cry and spat out a mouthful of blood. Intense golden radiance blossomed from the 7 of them. Each of them let out a muffled groan and took 3 steps back. Wang Yuanyuan's reaction was very fast. In the instant before Long Houchen was sent flying, she had already blocked behind Long Houchen. The divine shield directly blocked Kai Er, who was behind Long Houchen. However, the huge impact still caused the 3 of them to directly collide with the elemental fire shield released by Lin Xian. At this moment, Long Houchen only felt that both of his hands were completely numb. Even the radiance of blue rain and hibiscus of light was clearly a lot dimmer. Even his brilliant holy armor's Holy Spirit protection was shattered by this attack. However, although Long Houchen was somewhat miserable, his opponent was not feeling good either. The bone spear in the hands of the skeleton knight was directly turned into countless fragments that scattered in the air. Even the head of the skeleton knight's skeleton horse was directly smashed by Long Houchen's Shura chop. The skeleton knight fell directly to the ground and barely stood up after a roll. However, He did not have the opportunity to attack again. A huge mass of golden light, like a meteor chasing the moon, brazenly arrived, and the terrifying explosive power directly gave him a fatal blow. Crushing and rippling light, the vigor ball of light and the skeleton knight who fell from a horse had intimate contact. All the trial enemies that appeared in the Tower of Eternity had a common flaw, which was their lack of defense. Although Long Houchin was shocked by the opponent's powerful attack, at the same time, this skeleton knight not only had his bone spear broken, but there were also many cracks on his body. How could he withstand the terrifying attack of the vigor ball of light? At the same time that he was directly bombarded into pieces, the golden light that Long Houchin had been waiting for finally appeared. At the same time, another white light flew towards Sima Xian and integrated into his body. However, their crisis was not over yet. After the first knight rushed past Long Houchin, he had already turned his horse around and returned. The attack that had just sent Long Houchin flying was displayed again, and the dazzling golden light instantly condensed at the tip of his spear. At this moment, everyone felt like they were about to stop breathing. Long Houchin tried his best to break the attack of the first skeleton knight. At this moment, the attack came again, and no one in the team could resist it. Long Houchin could not even lift his arms now. At this critical moment, a figure did not hesitate to stride forward, blocking in front of his companions, and a strong golden light also erupted. At the same time, his firm and strong arms held a shield in front of him. The person who took the risk was none other than Long Houchin's attendant knight, another guardian knight in the team, Han Yu. Although his defense was far inferior to Long Houchin's, he was undoubtedly ranked second in the entire team. At this time, only he could stand up. At this moment, the team's cohesiveness was reflected. Facing this attack, which was likely to be irresistible, no one showed any signs of panic or fleeing. Everyone's eyes shone with a resolute and persistent gaze. Wang Yuanyuan's figure flashed, and she appeared at Han Yu's side. The giant soul god shield in her hand, which had already been equipped with 3 gems, suddenly burst forth with a silver light, sky-splitting cannon. Before the knight could reach her, she took the initiative to launch the attack. Naturally, she was not the only one who took action. Lin Xian raised his fire crystal staff high up, and a huge ball of fire suddenly soared into the sky, and then fiercely pounced towards the skeleton knight. This ball of fire in the air unexpectedly turned into a huge flaming skull, and its power seemed to be even stronger than the sky-splitting cannon that Wang Yuanyuan used with the giant soul god shield. After releasing this skill, Lin Xian's face instantly became pale, and it was obvious that he had consumed too much spiritual power. Fire spell, the skill that came with the fire crystal staff. He did not know any offensive magic, but that did not prevent him from using the skill that came with the staff. This fire spell was very special, because the fire crystal staff itself was of high quality. When this fire spell was added, the staff also came with an ability similar to Long Houchin's ready skill. Fire spell itself was a rank 5 offensive skill, but through this ready skill, the level of the magic could be increased. Of course, the prerequisite was that when using it, there was enough spiritual power. Facing the crisis in front of him, Lin Xian naturally did not dare to hold back. He had already poured all of his spiritual power into the fire crystal magic staff. The fire crystal's effect was undoubtedly obvious at this time. Not only could it greatly increase the strength of spiritual power attacks, it could also absorb more than 3,000 spiritual power in a short period of time. This fire spell directly erupted with the power of a rank 6 magic. Long Houchin did not idle around. Although he could not attack or defend for the time being, he could still use support skills. Amidst the rapid chanting, circles of light spread out from under his feet, collectively increasing the strength of his companions. Sima Xian appeared on the other side of Han Yu with a solemn expression, but he was not in a hurry to throw the vigorous light ball in his hand. Instead, a strong golden light quickly gathered on his huge, vigorous light ball. It was not just the power of light ripple. Monster Hunters was a whole. Although Long Houchin was strong, the development of the team could not rely on him alone. At this critical moment, the role of the others was revealed. 2 violent explosions sounded on the skeleton knight's body at the same time. Wang Yuanyuan's air-splitting cannon was of the spatial attribute. When it collided with the skeleton knight, a strange scene occurred. The rich silver light unexpectedly turned into a light shield, or more accurately, a cone-shaped light shield. Unexpectedly, it did not form a collision, but collapsed in the process of the skeleton knight's sharp charge. What a powerful stab skill! Seeing this scene, everyone could not help but be shocked. However, at this moment, Lin Xian's strength was revealed. His fire spell arrived, and the moment it came into contact with the skeleton knight's spear, it also seemed like it was about to turn into a light shield and collapse. However, Lin Xian waved the fire crystal staff in his hand forcefully. It was in this situation that the roar sounded. The fire spell was directly detonated by him, and it exploded on its own like a bomb. The skeleton knight's weak defense became its biggest problem at this moment. In the face of the tyrannical explosive power of the fire spell, it could not resist at all, and its body and the skeleton horse were directly blown to pieces. However, this did not mean that its attack was over. The moment before its body was blown to pieces, it instantly threw the bone spear in its hand towards the number 21 general-level monster hunters. With a loud shout, Han Yu stomped his right foot firmly on the ground, and his body moved to the path of the bone spear. He suddenly pushed the light reflection shield in his hand forward and used divine defense to block it. At the same time, Sima Xian, who was beside him, also moved. The vigorous ball of light blasted out brazenly, and a circle of white lightning was attached to it. There was only one kind of lightning-like skill that could launch an attack, and that was Adjudicate. It was the exclusive attack skill of a priest. Although Sima Xian was only using the lowest level Adjudicate, it was still a level 5 skill. Under the influence of Adjudicate, the flying bone spear actually slowed down for a moment. Immediately after that, it brushed past the vigorous ball of light and hit Han Yu's shield fiercely. Boom! A dazzling golden light shone on the 7 of them at the same time, and the body of Han Yu that was thrown away was caught by Long Houchin in the air. Without the skeleton knight's body, the power of the spear just now was a lot weaker, and there was also Sima Xian's support from the side. In fact, the attack that Han Yu endured was only about a third of what Long Houchin had endured, but even so, he still felt that his arms were almost broken. One could imagine how terrifying the power of this spear was. A circle of healing aura spread out from Han Yu's body, and it was applied to all his companions. Everyone had endured 2 attacks together, and at this moment, it could not be considered good. However, Lin Xian smiled happily. Waha, I got it. Just as Han Yu was enduring the attack, a white light and a golden light also entered his body. It was the reward for killing the skeleton knight. How could this not make him wild with joy? Moreover, for the first time, he also experienced the benefits of having offensive spells. The numbness in Long Houchin's arm was slowly recovering, and he said to Sima Xian, Sima, feel what the skill of that golden light is. It can be learned. Okay. Sima Xian closed his eyes, and very quickly he gave the answer. Azura Thrust. The effect was somewhat similar to Azura Slash. Once within a certain range, it could not be dodged. Azura Slash's attack was a straight line, while Azura Thrust's attack was concentrated at a point, and its attack power was more tyrannical than Azura Slash's. However, Azura Thrust also consumed a terrifying amount of spiritual power, more than 2,000 units. Moreover, it could also be strengthened through a skill similar to Ready. To Long Houchin's surprise, after reporting the use of this skill, Sima Xian's chest flashed with a golden light, and the golden light that he had absorbed into his body actually appeared in front of him. Not only him, Lin Xian's situation was the same. The golden light floated out of his body on its own and floated in front of him. "What's going on?" Long Houchin asked in surprise. Sima Xian and Lin Xian both shook their heads blankly, and Sima Xian said, "I don't know what's going on either. When I was investigating it, it seemed to have a feeling of rejection, and then it came out." At this moment, the golden light began to show signs of collapsing. Long Houchin's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly went in front of Sima Xian, raised his right hand, and pressed on the golden light. Suddenly, the golden light quickly melted into his body like a ripple and disappeared. Hanyu, fuse with the ball in front of Lin Xan. This skill seems to only be learned by the right person. The Tower of Eternity could be said to have brought more and more mysteries to everyone, and even Long Houchin himself had to continue to explore. Sure enough, after Long Houchin and Hanyu respectively fused with the golden light, there was no feeling of rejection, and when they felt the changes in the skill, enlightenment appeared in their minds. This way of learning skills was very similar to the feeling of learning in the Holy Alliance's treasury. Although the Azura stab skill consumed a lot of spiritual energy, its terrifying attack power was also seen by everyone. After Long Houchin tried it, he gave a shocking number. The attack power of the Azura stab was 3 times the normal attack of his own spiritual energy peak. In other words, when Long Houchin's internal spiritual energy was 4,100, then, when he used the Azura stab basic attack, the Azura stab itself consumed 2,000 spiritual energy multiplied by 3, reaching the attack power of 6,000 spiritual energy points. And if he used ready to inject all his internal spiritual energy into this skill, then the power would explode again. The limit could reach more than 12,000 spiritual energy points. What kind of concept was this? If used properly, even a 7th order powerhouse would have to be careful when facing him. Sima Xian said with a sad face, "Why can't I learn? This is too strong." Long Houchin thought about it and said, "Maybe it's because of your profession. The skills you practice are all priest series, although they are all attack skills. But you are still a priest. The Azura Stab Knight can definitely learn it. After all, it was the Skeleton Knight who used it before. According to my guess, Kai, and Yuan can learn it too. Our trial has only just begun, and the later trials will definitely bring us more and more surprises. Everyone will improve. Let me emphasize again, the white light that can increase spiritual energy. Everyone must wait until your spiritual energy is at its peak before using it. Otherwise, it will be a waste. All right, let's go back." It was time to go back. Although they had only gone through 3 trials so far, it could be said that these 3 trials were very difficult. The danger brought by the invisible enemy in the 2nd trial, and the threat brought by the Skeleton Knight's powerful attack in the 3rd trial, almost made them collapse. Going back to treat their injuries, replenish their stamina and spiritual energy, and summarize their experience was what they needed to do now. Returning to the real world was very simple. They just had to walk out of the Tower of Eternity and then use the eternal melody to teleport back to the real world with Long Houchin. With a flash of golden light, Long Houchin and his companions returned to the quiet room of the Temple of the Priests of the Southern Guard Pass. Everyone felt a sense of relief. Being oppressed by that death energy is really too painful. Chen Ying let out a long breath, and at the same time couldn't help but ask the question in her heart, "Leader, if you can obtain that kind of spiritual energy by killing the trial targets, what about me? What should I do? At most, I can only rely on Medul to attack." Long Houchin laughed and said, "That's not right. Ying, have you forgotten your own identity? You still have the Living Soul Gate. In the future, every time you enter, you can directly use the Living Soul Gate to summon a magical beast. If it doesn't have any attack power, you naturally won't gain anything during the trial. But if a relatively powerful magical beast appears, we will pay attention to let your magical beast finish the last attack, and you will naturally gain spiritual energy." I haven't used the Living Soul Gate for a long time. I almost forgot." Chen Ying's face turned red, and she hid behind Wang Yuan in embarrassment. Long Haochen said, "Everyone, heal your injuries and restore your spiritual energy first. After you recover, we will try again." "Okay," everyone replied in unison. Just now was their first attempt, and because they had to adapt to the Tower of Eternity, it could be said that apart from Long Haochen, the performance of the others was just passable. Out of the 6 dead spirit creatures that he had killed, 4 of their spiritual power light balls went to Long Haochen. But even so, they were fully aware of what the Tower of Eternity could bring them, not to mention anything else. Just the speed of spiritual energy improvement would inevitably be greatly increased, and this kind of spiritual energy improvement had nothing to do with talent. Moreover, don't forget that they had been fighting against strong enemies there. Whether it was individual combat power or team cooperation, it had a very good effect on improving, not to mention learning skills. Since learning the Shura stab, the smile on Han Yu's face had not disappeared. This skill was really too satisfying. Although he could only use it once with his current cultivation, his attack power, which had always been somewhat weak, was greatly enhanced. In order to enter the Tower of Eternity again, everyone simply gathered together to cultivate and recover. Although Han Yu's area of effect healing ability could not be compared to Lu Shi's, he had learned a few specialized skills, so his injuries were naturally not a problem. Moreover, recovering with Long Haochen, he could also enjoy his spirit-gathering aura, and Long Haochen's own consumption was not big at all. He had the help of the eternal melody, and he could also recover on his own in the Tower of Eternity. After an hour, everyone returned to their best state, but then a problem appeared. Long Haochen could not lead them to teleport to the Tower of Eternity again, and the eternal melody seemed to be unable to complete the communication again. He tried several times, but to no avail. "What's going on?" Long Haochen was puzzled. Just as he was about to try again, he was stopped by Wang Yuan. "Leader, don't try it first. I think I may have guessed the reason." Wang Yuan said in a deep voice. She was the only member of the team with space attribute and naturally knew the power of space the best. "We have a total of 7 people, and the location of the Tower of Eternity is unknown. To carry out such a group teleportation, it must consume a certain amount of energy from the Tower of Eternity. Moreover, if the checkpoints we pass through can be restored every time, it may also consume energy. In this case, if the Tower of Eternity does not limit the number of times we can enter, it may cause our own energy to be consumed too quickly. Let's try again after a while. I think we should try it once every 2 hours. After a few trials, we'll be able to figure out how often we can enter." After listening to her explanation, Long Haochen nodded and said, "In that case, let's practice together today until we test how long it takes before we can carry out the next teleportation. This is related to our situation in Fantasy Paradise, so the time must be accurate." Chapter 102. Anyway, everyone was sitting cross-legged to cultivate, and the space occupied by each person was not big. The girls were all sitting on the bed, and the men could only sit on the ground. They cultivated together in Long Haochen's quiet room. Sima Xian and Han Yu sat directly on either side of Long Haochen, and the rich light aura around Long Haochen was very good for their cultivation. Kai, and Wang Yuan had some enlightenment in the process of entering the Tower of Eternity and directly entered the state of cultivation. Chan Ing also knew that she was the weakest in the team now, so she seized the time to improve her spiritual power. In the following time, Long Haochen tried to enter the Tower of Eternity every half an hour. It was not until they had left the Tower of Eternity for 12 hours that the eternal melody once again gave him the feeling of completion of communication. The teleportation was completed in an instant, and Long Haochen and his partners once again appeared outside the Tower of Eternity. It seemed that the Tower of Eternity was no different from the last time they entered, and everything was as usual. Long Haochen thought about it and said, "If we can enter once every 12 hours, then we can enter twice a day. This time should still be within the controllable range. Moreover, It should be 12 hours after the last time we entered before we can enter again. After this trial, you guys stay here, and I will try to see if it is possible to teleport out alone. The second trial was much easier than the last time. Moreover, Hanyu had double happiness today. In the previous few hours of cultivation, his evil eye had completed its evolution and returned. This meant that they no longer needed to worry about the problem of the Eye of Truth. After the evolution, the evil eye had 6 tentacles, and its overall size was nearly twice as large as before. Judging from the spiritual power fluctuations emanating from its body, it had clearly entered the level of a level 7 magical beast, which was equivalent to a rank 6 powerhouse, and it was a rank 6 spiritual attack type. With the addition of the evil eye and their previous experience, it was much easier for them to complete the first 3 tests. The first stage was naturally not difficult at all. Under Long Haochen's deliberate control, the spiritual orbs that he obtained were given to Kai, and Wang Yuan respectively. Qian Ying also tried to summon the living soul gate. Her luck was not bad, but it was not bad either. It was a sly leopard of the wind element, a magical beast of the 5th rank. It wasn't very strong, but it wasn't a problem for it to deal the final blow. This time it was extremely easy for them to deal with the vengeful spirit assassin. The evolved evil eye displayed great strength. The Eye of Truth revealed the figures of 2 vengeful spirit assassins, followed by group mental attack. The 2 vengeful spirit assassins fell into a momentary daze, although it was only about 2 seconds. But it was enough for the number 21 general-level monster hunters who were eyeing them covetously. Everyone gave the benefits to Chen Ying first. The sly leopard completed its final attack, and Chen Ying happily obtained 2 spiritual orbs. The following 3rd stage was also a lot easier because of the presence of the evil eye. It released a spell called Mental Disruption. The effect of this mental disruption spell was very simple. After being hit, the casting speed would be reduced by half. Although the 2 skeleton knights were strong, as long as they didn't cast a terrifying attack like the Shura Spike, it was still very easy to deal with them. The rewards this time belonged to Wang Yuan and Sima Xian, respectively. Lin Xian's only offensive spell was the fire spell, which Long Haochen told him to use later in the battle. This time, they didn't expend much to pass the first 3 stages, so they had to try out the 4th stage. Everyone get ready. Hanyu, let your evil eye continue to activate the Eye of Truth. Long Haochen held a shield in his left hand and a sword in his right, leading his companions forward slowly. 6 rays of white light appeared in everyone's field of vision at almost the same time. Then, 6 majestic skeletons appeared in the white light. It wasn't just them, there were actually 4 vengeful spirit assassins that appeared at the same time. Fortunately, the Eye of Truth was still active. Otherwise, with the 6 skeleton warriors in front of them as a cover, the vengeful spirit assassins at the back could very well bring them a lot of trouble. The number of enemies suddenly increased to 10, which really surprised Long Haochen. These were all rank 6 opponents. At least they had rank 6 attack power. For rays of white light shot out from Long Haochen's chest at the same time. He took a step forward, his right foot stomping on the ground, making a muffled bang. Don't look down on this step. With just this step, Long Haochen's momentum rose to the peak. Moreover, this step forward and the rumbling sound of his stomping on the ground immediately made all his companions focus their attention. The 4 beams of white light that shot out from his chest seemed to find the 4 vengeful apparition assassins at the same time. In other words, Long Haochen had relied on his own strength to lure the 4 vengeful apparition assassins, who were extremely fast and had extremely swift attacks, towards him, resolving the worries of his companions. Hanyu, mental interference, mental shock. With a loud shout, Long Haochen directly charged towards the 6 skeletons in front of him. At this moment, it could be said that he had directly placed himself in a dangerous situation. At this moment, An intense red light also overtook Long Houchen's body. The huge flaming skull directly swept over the heads of the 6 skeletal warriors and then fell behind them. It had to be said that although Lin Xan didn't know how to use any attack magic, his control of magic was enough to be described as exquisite. Under Long Houchen's precise control, this fire curse technique practically brushed past the 6 charging skeletal warriors and landed on the ground. At this time, the 4 vengeful specter assassins had directly rushed forward due to Long Houchen's Saint Spiritual Stove. Therefore, they were right behind the skeletal warriors. In other words, this fire curse of Lin Xan just happened to fall between the skeletal warriors and the vengeful spirit assassins. It could be said to be in the middle of the 10 enemies. It was also at this time that Evil Eye's first magic arrived, mental interference. Under the effect of mental interference, the glittering golden light on the skeletal warriors showed a certain degree of disorder, and the vengeful spirit assassins were affected even more. Their originally extremely fast speed dropped sharply. The fire curse exploded in a flash, and an astonishing scene appeared. The 4 vengeful spirit assassins that were attracted by Long Houchen's Saint Spiritual Stove unexpectedly turned into flying ashes in front of the fire curse, and 4 balls of white light rushed towards Lin Xan at the same time. Instant kill. Not only that, the 6 charging skeletal warriors also staggered forward from the impact of that violent explosion. The mental shock also erupted at the same time, causing the 6 skeletons to no longer be able to maintain their normal state of attack. All of them fell into chaos. At this time, Long Houchen arrived. Demon Destruction Flash, Glorious Sun Slash, Rising Dragon Strike. These 3 consecutive attacks were executed in one go, and 2 skeletons were destroyed one after the other. He wasn't the only one who acted. The first time Hanyu used Azura Stab, he sent it to one of the skeletons, and the result could be imagined. The skeletal warrior's body instantly shattered under the violent impact. The vigorous ball of light and the divine soul shield also each found an opponent. Under normal conditions, it would be very difficult for them to deal with the skeletal warriors. But with the addition of Lin Xan and the Evil Eye's previous magic attack, it was different. The 2 skeletons simply couldn't effectively attack and defend, and were instantly destroyed. The last skeleton was destroyed under Kai'er's dark golden dagger, which pierced through the skeleton's skull from behind, and directly crushed its soul fire. The speed of the battle's conclusion was faster than anyone had imagined. These were 10 enemies. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, and Chen Ying'er couldn't help but say, This is really something we can do? Lin Xan obtained 4 soul light balls in one go, and said with incomparable pride, Of course it's us who did it. Didn't you see this brother's precise fire curse? No one refuted his words, because what he said was completely true. If it wasn't for the fireball that injured the skeletal warriors and killed the 4 vengeful spirits, they wouldn't have been able to win so easily. In this battle, Lin Xan obtained the most, but he also played the biggest role. Long Houchen recovered from the momentary shock and waved his arm with force. That's right, this is the cooperation that we should have. Lin Xan did well. Lin Xan sighed softly and said, Now I understand Father's original obsession with attack magic more and more. A powerful magician can play a role in turning the tide of a battle. However, I have already sworn that I will never learn attack magic for the rest of my life. I'm sorry, comrades. Sima Xian just happened to be next to him, one hand holding the vigorous ball of light, and the other directly holding Lin Xan's shoulder. All right, with the medicine, bro. Why are you being so unreasonable? If you can't learn attack magic, then get a few more equipment that can carry attack skills. Don't you know how to be flexible? Lin Xan's eyes lit up. Hey, turns out a guy with a brain full of muscles like you isn't stupid after all. Your sister. Sima Xian raised the vigorous ball of light and with a threatening face said, Do you want to try hitting a meatball with a metal ball? Lin Xan wretchedly smiled and said, You don't say. I really do have a sister. Flatter this brother well. Later this brother will introduce you to her. This time it was Sima Xian's turn to light up, although he always felt that Lin Xen was narcissistic and wretched. But his appearance was not bad. His sister would not be too ugly, right? Immediately, the anger on his face turned into affection. Looking at these two clowns, Long Haochen laughed. Are we still going to continue forward? Everyone shook their heads at almost the same time. Although they won the battle very smoothly, in reality, there was a certain element of luck. The fourth stage was already guarded by 10 rank 6 warriors. What if the next stage was changed to 10 skeleton knights, collective Azura stab? Moreover, they also had different degrees of exhaustion. At least Lin Xen would not be able to use the next fire curse. Moreover, this time after clearing 4 stages, everyone had gained something. Today, they had entered the Tower of Eternity twice. Just the increase in spiritual power that they had obtained from the spiritual power light balls had already exceeded their usual cultivation, not to mention that they had also cultivated themselves. Leader, Azura Slash is the skill you used, right? Wang Yuan suddenly asked. Long Haochen nodded and said, yes. Wang Yuan smiled. This skill suits me better than Azura Stab. Just now, that skeleton gave me one. I'll go back and train. After Sima Xian had the vigorous ball of light, his attack power even surpassed hers. Wang Yuan had always been strong and had been holding back her strength for a long time. This time, she just happened to obtain the Azura Slash, and it complemented her divine soul shield. Long Haochen said, how about this? This time, I'll leave Kai Er here alone to experiment. You guys will all return with me. Kai Er can also recover her spiritual energy here, but you guys can't. Although in his heart, he didn't want Kai Er to stay behind, as the saying goes, to put others before oneself. Moreover, just a moment ago, Kai Er clearly told him that the deathly aura here was very beneficial to her cultivation, and even gave her some new insights into the spiritual stove of samsara. Leaving Kai Er at a position not far from the entrance, Long Haochen then activated the Eternal Melodies teleportation. Returning to Long Haochen's quiet room, this time everyone had returned to their rooms to train. As it turned out, Long Haochen's idea was feasible. It was possible to leave people in the Tower of Eternity. However, he did not give up on the teleportation attempt and still tried once every hour. If Kai Er stayed there, he would feel somewhat uneasy in his heart. Until 12 hours later, when he felt that he could teleport again, he summoned his companions to his side and impatiently returned to Kai Er's side. Kai Er was fine and still stayed in the original place to train. Long Haochen specially brought food and water over and fed her first. Everyone rested for a while before continuing with their new challenge. However, a change occurred again. The first 3 stages of the test actually disappeared. However, just when they thought that the test did not reappear because Kai Er did not leave with them, the 4th stage's 6 skeleton warriors and 4 vengeful spirit assassins appeared again. The lack of preparation caused them to be flustered, and under the use of all kinds of abilities, they barely managed to kill 10 enemies. However, it was also impossible for them to continue to challenge the 5th stage. The Tower of Eternity seemed to always be an unknown, and until now, they seemed to have not found its true pattern. Helpless, everyone once again returned to the real world to train. Long Haochen and everyone agreed to reconvene after 12 hours and directly teleport. Using this time, Long Haochen went to find his Grandmaster, Han Qiu, and learned the basic skills of the Grade 6 Guardian Knight. And the Tower of Eternity was the best place for him to train. For the next few days, they entered the Tower of Eternity twice a day. As time went by, they finally gradually found some patterns. The disappearance of the first 3 stages of the test was not because of Kai Er's original reason, but because they passed the 4th stage of the test. Since then, the first 3 stages of the test have never appeared. After a few attempts, they finally met the guardian of the 5th stage. 5 skeleton knights, and 5 vengeful spirit assassins. After passing the 4th stage, they were under considerable pressure to accept the challenge of the 5th stage. Although the level 7 evil eye made the skeleton knights unable to exert the terrifying attack power of the ghost stab, these undead creatures were still extremely tyrannical. Fortunately, Lin Xian ate a big recovery elixir at the critical moment, so that he had the ability to release the fire spell again, which limited the vengeful spirits and helped them pass the 5th stage. But obviously, they did not have the strength to challenge the 6th stage, because after entering here, they still had to start from the 4th stage. Therefore, every day they carried out the trial in the 4th and 5th stage. Of course, they also tried different fighting methods as much as possible, and evenly distributed the spiritual power light balls. In the face of the pressure brought by the undead creatures, everyone's cooperation became more and more tacit. More importantly, even if 7 people improved together, everyone could gain nearly 60 spiritual power every day. After 10 days, Kai Er, Lin Xian Hanyu, and Wang Yuanyuan reached the bottleneck of 4,000 spiritual power. Even Sima Xian and Chen Inger exceeded 3,600. After reaching the bottleneck, absorbing the spiritual power light balls would only be a waste. Therefore, Sima Xian and Chen Inger naturally became the focus of attention. The 4th and 5th stages of the Tower of Eternity could provide 20 spiritual power light balls every day, which meant that both of them could increase their spiritual power by 200 per day. 2 days later, when Sima Xian and Chen Inger reached the bottleneck of the 4th stage, everyone felt like they were in a dream. Before coming here, who would have thought that they could reach the peak of the 5th stage so quickly? And as long as there was a breakthrough, they could all become the 6th stage powerhouses. Now, except for Long Haochen, everyone's spiritual power had reached the bottleneck. If they entered the Tower of Eternity to fight, the spiritual power light balls would naturally belong to Long Haochen. However, soon Long Haochen told everyone the unfortunate news that the spiritual power light balls were ineffective. This was the situation after Long Haochen's internal spiritual power broke through 5,000. The spiritual power light balls were completely ineffective for him, and he absorbed a few, but there was no effect of improvement. Such a situation caused the 21st General Grade Demon Hunt Squad to be somewhat flustered. They were used to rapid improvement, and suddenly went back to before overnight. This feeling was not comfortable. How could this be? Could it be that the spiritual power can only increase to 5,000? Lin Xian said anxiously. Long Haochen did not say anything, but fell into deep thought. After a while, Long Haochen said in a deep voice, "This may be the limit of the Tower of Eternity. After all, our current cultivation speed is too fast. If we continue to cultivate at this speed, I'm afraid we have a chance to reach the 7th stage in a year. Prepare to try the 6th stage. If the spiritual power light balls given by the 6th stage still can't help me improve my cultivation, that means at least on the 1st floor of the Tower of Eternity, the spiritual power increase limit is 5,000 points." When they heard Long Haochen say the 1st floor, everyone's anxious expression suddenly calmed down a little. Yes, they were only on the 1st floor now. The Tower of Eternity had a total of 7 floors, who said that the upper floor could not provide them with something similar to the spiritual power light balls. Hanyu sighed and said, "We should also be satisfied. How many people can improve their cultivation to the peak of the 5th stage at such a speed? After breaking through to the 6th stage, everyone will have spiritual apertures, and then the cultivation speed will naturally increase. If the cultivation here is too easy, it may not be a good thing for us." Wang Yuanyuan nodded and said, "What Hanyu said makes sense. If everything comes too easily, it means that it is not solid. I guess because our spiritual power increases too fast, I'm afraid that breaking through to the 6th stage will be more troublesome." Long Haochen suddenly laughed. "That's not necessarily true. If you want to break through the bottleneck, you need enough pressure. And in this tower of eternity, there is no lack of pressure. Let's continue to challenge the 6th stage. Now, apart from him, the others were also at the peak of the 5th stage. Rushing through the 4th and 5th stage for them had already reduced a lot of consumption. What would the 6th stage have? According to the current estimated distance, the first floor was likely to have 9 or 10 stages, and each stage was more difficult. Would the pressure be less? Even if they could not improve their spiritual power here, the pressure here was enough. With the soul chain life sharing this epic equipment, even if they would be killed here, Long Houchin was confident that he could gradually save everyone's lives. To break through the bottleneck, then the greater the pressure, the greater the effect. Did Long Houchin not break through under the pressure of the 8th stage Moon Devil? The formation was arranged, and under the leadership of Long Houchin, they continued to move forward. For the first time, they faced the challenge of the 6th stage. This time, they walked for a full 10 steps before there was a sudden change in front of them. A white light descended from the sky. Unlike the previous undead creatures that appeared in a flash of light, this white light turned into a light pillar and stopped there. Then, at the top of the light pillar, a mass of red light quietly appeared, and below it was a skeleton warrior that they had encountered before. That mass of red light was a resentful spirit, a red, resentful spirit. This was the first time Long Houchin and the others saw it. They saw that the red, resentful spirit slowly descended, falling towards the skeleton warrior. Long Houchin tried to launch a light slash, but the light blade disappeared on its own as soon as it came into contact with the white light pillar. This meant that the contact between the red, resentful spirit and the white skeleton was unstoppable. After careful observation, Long Houchin found that, although the size of this resentful spirit was no different from other resentful spirits, it was much more solid. If the bodies of different resentful spirits were full of a transparent feeling, then this resentful spirit had an almost solid texture and looked more like a mass of real energy. Even without waiting for him to trigger the memory imprinted in his mind, the name of this resentful spirit appeared in his consciousness. The soul of the strong. Only the extremely talented strong when they were alive could retain their original attributes after death. If they became real undead creatures, then they would be much stronger than those undead creatures that had no consciousness. Everyone be careful. That red, resentful spirit is the soul of the strong. It is very likely that it not only has combat instincts, but also certain combat skills. It is of the fire attribute. Lin Xin. Don't use fire spells. Help everyone defend with all your strength. Magic of the same element had the ability to reduce the attribute damage when defending, but when attacking, it would naturally be weakened. Just as Long Houchin spoke, the red soul of the strong had already merged with the skeleton warrior below. The originally lifeless skeleton warrior slowly raised its head, and 2 intense red lights appeared in its eyes. Immediately, its body suddenly turned fiery red, and its bones rapidly grew with a creaking sound. In just the blink of an eye, it had actually grown a meter tall, turning into a huge skeleton warrior that was at least 3 meters tall. The bone blade and shield in its hands had also turned into a dazzling fiery red. Flames rose all over its body. Its imposing manner was not something that the opponents that Long Houchin and the others had faced before could compare to. They were both at the 6th level, but the feeling that it gave Long Houchin and the others was completely different. The white pillar of light disappeared without a sound, and a seemingly carefree roar came from the mouth of the red skeleton. It did not quickly charge forward, but instead looked at Long Houchin and the others with its flaming eyes. From the flickering flames in its eyes, Long Houchin was surprised to see intelligence. This skeleton warrior did not only have consciousness, but also intelligence. Necromancy was indeed mysterious and profound. The red skeleton took a step forward, holding its bone blade, and slowly walked towards Long Houchin and the others. Although his speed wasn't fast, every step he took gave off a solid feeling. Blue rain and hibiscus of light rose up, and Long Houchen's eyes shone with a rich luster as he strode towards the red skeleton. His movements were also not fast, but followed his own rhythm. At the same time, the 3 aura skills that enhanced his companions were also used. The red skeleton's eyes flashed. The distance between it and Long Houchen was not far, and as it moved forward it quickly closed in. Soon, both sides were within 5 meters of each other. The red skeleton suddenly took a big step forward, and a blazing aura suddenly rushed towards them. However, Long Houchen took half a step back and raised his glorious holy shield. At this moment, the red skeleton's bone blade had already slashed down. A shocking scene appeared. All the flames on the red skeleton's body actually condensed on the bone blade in an instant, and a crystal red blade light that was no different from an actual substance burst out from the bone blade. The blazing airflow caused the air around Long Houchen's body to distort, and a powerful, binding force suddenly flashed. Shura Slash. To be precise, it should be Flaming Shura Slash. The red skeleton's attack was not sudden, but it gave people a feeling as if it contained the ultimate truth. Long Houchen also knew Shura Slash, but he realized that compared to the red skeleton, he was obviously not as proficient in using the skill. The red skeleton's attack looked simple and direct, but it was as if it had been tempered 1,000 times. Glorious Holy Shield, Divine Block. 2 divine shield spells emerged from the shield at the same time. One was the shield's inherent skill, and the other was naturally the rank 6 basic skill that Long Houchen had just learned. Boom! The huge shock force caused Long Houchen to take a few steps back, and at this moment the red skeleton actually disappeared in front of him. Completely out of instinct, Long Houchen suddenly turned to the side, and the blue rain hibiscus of light swept out with Shura Slash. A roar sounded again. What shocked Long Houchen was that the bone blade in the red skeleton's hand still maintained the 3-foot red crystal blade light that it had when it used Shura Slash. A condensed Shura Slash? In the next moment, he who was in a hurry and couldn't use Divine Block was directly sent flying. His arms were sore and numb, and he actually felt like he couldn't lift them. However, at the same time that he was sent flying, Long Houchen also saw the red skeleton's next series of actions. It was truly smooth like flowing water. After sending Long Houchen flying with a blade, he didn't continue to pursue because the attacks of the 21st General Level Monster Hunters had also arrived. The red skeleton suddenly made an action of moving its body forward. Although it was 3 meters tall, it was actually very nimble. The spinning shield sky-splitting strike that Wang Yuanyuan's Divine Soul Shield was activated flew over its head, but it didn't hit its target. At the same time, the red skeleton suddenly twisted its body, and the bone blade in its hand slashed in the air lightly, slashing at the side of Sima Xian's vigor ball of light. At the same time, its entire body suddenly accelerated. It practically slid past the vigor ball of light's enormous body. With just one step, it rushed in between Wang Yuanyuan and Sima Xian. At this moment, Long Houchen only felt as if the blood in his body was about to coagulate. The Saint's spiritual stove's white light suddenly erupted, and it violently shot towards the red skeleton, trying to draw its attack towards itself. However, his Saint's spiritual stove, which had always been successful, failed this time. The red skeleton seemed to have grown eyes on its back. Its body became illusory, and in a split second, it actually split into 2. The one that was hit by the Saint's spiritual stove directly became illusory, while its real body was already behind Sima Xian. It's over. This was the only thought in Long Houchen's heart. He didn't expect that this red skeleton, which possessed the soul of a powerful person, would actually be this powerful. Everyone was on the move. Long Houchen was able to see Sima Xian's crisis. Behind him, Lin Xian, Chenning, and Han Yu could naturally see it as well. However, they were unable to block the red skeleton's next attack. The red skeleton's body suddenly burst out with a red-gold light cover. The evil eye's spiritual attack was unexpectedly immune to it. Han Yu's sudden attack was too late. Lin Xian could only hastily put an elemental fire shield on Sima Xian. As for Chunning, she simply couldn't do anything. This time, when they entered the Tower of Eternity, the magic beast she summoned was very weak, and it had already perished. But at this time, it was obviously too late to give Medul a magic crystal. All of this took a long time to describe, but in reality it all happened in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint. The red skeleton arrived at Sima Xian's back at the same time, and the blade on its back had already slashed out. It seemed that every movement it made was in preparation for the next one. Not a single movement was wasted. Sima Xian was still withdrawing his vigorous ball of light. He didn't even try to dodge, because he had confidence in Long Haochen's Saint Spiritual Stove, seeing that the white light had already fallen on the red skeleton's body. Sima! Long Haochen shouted in despair. Puff, it's over. Long Haochen's mind was blank. With the red skeleton's strength, it was impossible for Sima Xian to survive this attack. But in the next moment, his eyes were wide open. Was Sima Xian dead? No. The red skeleton's blade suddenly stopped at the moment it was about to chop his neck. Sima Xian only felt the back of his neck heat up. In the next moment, the red skeleton's blade became flat and directly whipped his back, sending him flying. The bodies of Long Haochen's group of 7 also glittered with golden light. They all felt a pain in their backs. At this time, Long Haochen finally rushed back, forcibly pouring spiritual power into his arms. Blue rain and hibiscus of light launched the demon extinguishing flash. However, the red skeleton still didn't pay attention to him. It suddenly took a big step to the side and unexpectedly rushed out of the range of the demon extinguishing flash. The demon extinguishing flash's attack power and range were quite tyrannical, but it had a flaw, and that was its attack range. Although blue rain and hibiscus of light could release spiritual power radiance, their attack range was only about 2 zhang. As for the red skeleton, it easily crossed a distance of 6 feet with this leap. When Long Haochen's Saint Spiritual Stove launched again, the red skeleton's body glittered with a golden light, and its body flashed again. Relying on the illusory image, it dodged Long Haochen's Saint Spiritual Stove. What made Long Haochen even more shocked was that this time he had released the Saint Spiritual Stove 4 times in succession, and each time was only a split second away. But that red skeleton's main body quickly dodged several times at the side of its illusory image. Finally, the might of Long Haochen's Saint Spiritual Stove was completely used on that illusory image. Next, it was time for the red skeleton to perform. Relying on its astonishing technique and the powerful attack power of the bone knife in its hand, it didn't even use a shield. In a short 10 seconds, it had sent everyone flying. Even with such a powerful equipment like the Soul Chain, the continuous attacks made Long Haochen's group of 7 feel so much pain that they wished they were dead. This was simply a complete abuse. Even Long Haochen himself could only withstand this red skeleton for 5 seconds. He was struck in the chest by the knife, and together with Kai Er he flew out. Kai Er also launched a counterattack, but her swift attack met with the red skeleton's bone knife. It seemed that the red skeleton's speed wasn't fast at all, but all of Kai Er's attacks didn't have the slightest effect in front of it. All of her techniques seemed to be predicted by it. In the end, she was still sent flying by a whip from the back. The others were all lying on the ground. The Soul Chain could only help them share the damage, but it couldn't help them share the pain. Everyone had been hit in the back by the knife. The blazing feeling and the severe pain made it seem as if their backs were no longer their own. The intense burning sensation made them somewhat breathless. However, when they were all lying on the ground, the red skeleton didn't continue to attack. It just silently shook its head at them, then turned around and left. It seemed to be very disdainful of their strength, but it didn't chase after them. Without asking permission, it returned to the place where it first appeared and silently stood there, motionless. Only the throbbing flames on its body showed that it was still alive. Fortunately, the hearts of the 21st General Grade Monster Hunters group of 7 could only rejoice. Without a doubt, if this red skeleton wanted to kill them, they would have all been wiped out by now. None of them would be able to leave this place alive. Sima Xian, who was the first to be sent flying, said with a bitter expression, "Boss, is this guy really only at the 6th rank? It's too scary. Why can't we fight back at all?" Long Haochen was even more depressed than him. He smiled bitterly and said, "I don't know either, but his spiritual power is still at the 6th rank, and it doesn't feel that he's much stronger than me. But we just can't resist its attack. Is it because of the technique? Did you guys notice that its attack is very beautiful? It's natural and smooth, and it's done in one go. From the beginning to the end of the battle, there's no feeling of stagnation at all." Chapter 103. Wang Yuanyuan nodded and said, "That's right, it should be a technique. If its strength was only at the 6th order, then we would have no chance of losing. Even if it was a 7th order expert, we still won. How could we lose to a 6th order expert? Could it be that this is a battle technique passed down from ancient times 10,000 years ago? It's just that it's lost to us now." Han Yu said, "It's very possible. That's the only way to explain it. However, this red skeleton's technique is really too strong, especially its doppelganger ability. Even after using all of our trump cards, our captain still couldn't do anything." That's right, Long Haochen really did use all of his trump cards. Not only was the Saint's spiritual stove cancelled out by the red skeleton's doppelganger ability, even when he used the light rain hibiscus thorn, it was the same. Even the lock-on ability was immune to the doppelganger ability. It was precisely because of this ability that the red skeleton's battle prowess was displayed to the extreme, causing them to be completely wiped out. Long Haochen said it should be like this. For example, have you heard of the Azura Slash and Azura Thorn skills we learned before? Or perhaps in the Holy Alliance's treasury? Everyone shook their heads. Long Haochen said, "Then the skills we learn from here are very likely martial techniques from ancient times. Azura Slash and Azura Thorn are both. Just now, the red skeleton with the soul of an expert should also be fighting in the same way. Skills can be learned, but fighting techniques need to be explored by ourselves. It seems that we will have to stay here for a while longer. From now on, including Lin, Xian, and Ing, we will all challenge this senior individually, no longer using team battles." Apart from Kai, who couldn't speak or hear, everyone else stared at Long Haochen, dumbstruck. Previously, the 7 of them were not the red skeleton's opponent. Now, Long Haochen wanted them to fight one by one. How long could they last? Long Haochen said indifferently, "What's so strange about that? Don't tell me you think that you can easily break through to the 6th order without experiencing enough pressure and trials? Just as you said before, it's too easy for us to increase our spiritual power. Then, when he encountered a bottleneck, it would be even more difficult to break through. Those who still had spiritual energy could take turns to ask for guidance. This red skeleton senior won't really hurt us. It's not easy to find such a good teacher. This is especially true for us melee classes. If we can learn its smooth and fluid attacks, how much will our strength increase? He probably wouldn't even need to fear an opponent who is a level higher than him in a one-on-one fight." Han Yu nodded and said, "Commander is right. Moreover, when we passed the 4th test, the previous 3 tests disappeared. Then, after we pass this level, will the 4th and 5th levels disappear? That's something that can provide us with hundreds of spiritual power points every day. After we break through to the 6th order, we will also be able to reach 5,000 spiritual energy points, like the leader. We don't know if there will be another chance like this in the future, but we definitely can't give up now. Everyone, let's work hard." For the next 10 days, they were tortured by the red skeleton, but they were happy at the same time. The word happy was directed at Long Houchin alone, after all. Regardless of whether it was when he was cultivating with Long Xingyu or Yihua, he'd experience hellish and bitter training. Therefore, even though he visited the red-clothed skeleton the most every day, he was the most determined one. Kai also didn't complain about it. She couldn't speak at all. How could she complain? As for the others, they were tortured one by one. The most shameless one was still Lin Xan. Every time he was sent flying by the red skeleton, he would say that it felt great, and then he would lie on the ground and groan. However, in the torture, their improvement was also very obvious. Of course, this wasn't reflected in their spiritual power, but their fighting skills. Every day, they were tortured by a skeleton with almost perfect fighting skills. It was hard not to improve. Now, they were competing to see who could last longer under the red skeleton. For example, Lin Xian, from the initial 3 seconds, he had now lasted more than 10 seconds. The change was quite obvious. The one who lasted the shortest time was still chinning. She was also the most innocent one. Every time, it was Madul Piglet who ate the magic crystal that rushed up. However, after it was tortured, Chenning would definitely be hid in the end. At least, so far, in the process of Madul fighting with the red skeleton, she had not been able to complete the chanting of the living soul gate. However, Madul's fighting ability to use various skills had also improved significantly. The one who lasted the longest was still Long Houchin. In the face of the red skeleton's attacks, he was gradually able to hold on for more than a minute. Moreover, his fighting skills also gave people a feeling that they were getting smoother. After 10 days after a discussion with his companions, Long Houchin decided to temporarily rest and not continue to be tortured. On one hand, it was because they needed time to consolidate their previous gains. On the other hand, it was because the opening of Dream Paradise was getting closer and closer, and there might be people looking for them at any time. Taking advantage of this last bit of time, Long Houchin finally took the Holy Spirit pill. He increased his spiritual energy to 6,000. Although the days spent in training were boring, it was also very peaceful, especially when he felt his cultivation constantly improving, and he had Kai, or by his side. Long Houchin did not feel lonely at all. It could be said that in the past year his cultivation had improved the fastest. It was even more than all the previous years combined. "Dad, Mom, wait for me, I will find you soon." Slowly opening his eyes, the quiet room was quiet. Long Houchin looked at Kai, or beside him she was also training. Since she no longer entered the Tower of Eternity, Kai rarely communicated with Long Houchin these days, devoting herself to training. Long Houchin had a vague feeling that Kai seemed to be not far from a breakthrough. "Long Houchin, are you there?" Suddenly, there was a soft knock on the door. Long Houchin lightly got down, trying not to make a sound that would disturb Kai, opened the door and walked out. It turned out to be Han Q. "Grandmaster, why did you come in person?" "Kai is still training. I won't invite you in." Long Houchin said apologetically. Han Q smiled and said, "It's okay. Training is the most important." Looking at you, it seems that you have improved recently." Looking at the grand disciple in front of him, Han Q couldn't hide his surprise at all. Long Houchin in front of him seemed to have grown a little taller. At the age of 15, he was already close to 8 meters tall. The changes in his figure were not very obvious, but the obvious changes were in his temperament and eyes. He was still so handsome that even women would be jealous of him, but he was less childish and more mature. He had long arms and a thin waist, and his black hair hung on his shoulders. Just by looking at his eyes, Han Q would never think that the child in front of him was only 15 years old. Long Houchin's eyes were still clear, and there was not a trace of impurity in his golden eyes. However, his eyes were very calm and reserved, feeling like a middle-aged man. Han Q couldn't feel how much his current cultivation had reached, but he could clearly feel that compared to more than 20 days ago, his grand disciple had made great progress. The Son of Light, worthy of being the Son of Light, this child was already at the 6th rank. Perhaps he would be able to reach his level of cultivation before the age of 30. As the first Son of Light in the history of the Knights Templars, he was bound to make history. In the known history of the Knights Templars, the youngest Knight of the Seal was 37 years old. It was obvious that Long Houchin wouldn't need that long. Long Houchin, I came to find you because there has been a change in the matter of entering the illusory paradise. Ah. Long Houchin was shocked. It had to be known that all the preparations he and his companions had made these days were for the sake of entering the illusory paradise. He found it hard to accept that there had been a sudden change. Han Q said in a low voice, "Don't worry, the change is mainly because there are too many monks and not enough meat." This time, there were a total of 42 monster hunters that came to support the Southern Guard Pass. Apart from the Emperor and King monster hunters, the rest were at or below the Commander monster hunters, and the majority of the Commander grade demon hunt squads were at the 6th step. Therefore, there was a problem in selecting the candidates to enter the illusory paradise. After all, this is a rare opportunity that comes once in 100 years. Everyone wants to enter. There are only 10 spots in total. More than 100 people can compete. So I'm afraid there will be a problem with the spots given to you and Kai Er. After hearing Han Q's words, Long Houchin nodded slightly and said, "Indeed, this is unfair to the others. Grandmaster, how will the Alliance decide to allocate these 10 spots?" Han Q said, "There's no other way. For the sake of fairness, we can only carry it out through the selection." Sigh. At this point, he felt a little helpless. Although he had come as a representative of the Sanctuary Alliance, the Temple League had always been known for its fairness. There were many things that he couldn't decide. Moreover, there were several Overlord monster hunters and the people from the Priest Main Hall of the Southern Guard Pass watching. That was why there was a problem with the 2 spots that were originally reserved. "Grandmaster, don't worry. We'll just participate in the selection. I'm confident." Long Houchin comforted Han Q instead. Han Q smiled bitterly and said, "Silly child, it's not that easy. To be able to become a Commander monster hunter. Which one of you didn't climb out of a pile of corpses? Moreover, the upper limit to enter the illusory paradise is 10,000 spiritual energy points. You've just broken through to the 6th rank, and there's no lack of kids at the peak of the 6th rank among those Commander monster hunters." Long Houchin laughed and said, "Grandmaster, sometimes there's a limit in life. How will you know if you don't try? Are there any requirements for the selection this time?" Han Ci shook his head and said, "It'll be directly selected from the monster hunters. Anyone with an internal spiritual energy point of less than 10,000 can participate. There are still 5 days before entering the illusory paradise, and the selection will begin tomorrow. Because of the time constraint, it'll be carried out in a single elimination format. It's simple, but also very cruel." Long Houchin nodded and said, "Grandmaster, then I'll register with you first. All the members of our Commander Monster Hunters, number 21, will participate together. Even if we can't win the last 10 spots, it'll at least be an experience." Han Q patted his shoulder and said, "You're always so reassuring, child. I can't let you guys down. How about this? Even if you guys don't make it to the top 10, I'll find a way to compensate you guys from the temple." While they were talking, suddenly an extremely strong spiritual energy fluctuation came from the room behind Long Houchin. Then an extremely sharp, murderous aura burst forth. Whether it was Long Houchin or Han Q, they both felt their scalps prickle and a chill from the bottom of their hearts. The grandfather and grandson looked at each other with extreme shock on their faces. Han Q murmured, This is... After a short moment of shock, Long Houchin was immediately replaced by ecstasy. "Kai Air, it's Kai Air." She broke through. As he spoke, he immediately turned around, opened the door of the quiet room, and rushed in. The moment the door opened, an even sharper murderous aura rushed at Long Houchin, making it difficult for him to move. But what kind of relationship did he have with Kai Er? It was absolute trust, so he naturally wasn't afraid that Kai Er would hurt him. He still walked in without hesitation. On top of the bed, Kai Er sat cross-legged, her hands placed flat on her knees, palms facing upwards. On her forehead, a faintly discernible gray radiance quietly flickered, and on her back, a pair of huge black wings quietly unfolded. That's right, Kai Er's spiritual wings were black, the exact opposite of Long Houchin's brilliant golden wings that seemed to be able to illuminate everything. Her black spiritual wings seemed to be able to devour all light. The moment Long Houchin and Han Q entered the room, they immediately felt that Kai Er's black wings seemed to be able to suck away their souls. Han Q's shock was indescribable. Kai Er had actually broken through to the Sixth Order. Youngsters nowadays really couldn't be judged with common sense. Based on this speed, she seemed to have entered the Sixth Order even younger than Long Houchin. Right now, she seemed to be just a little bit away from reaching the age of 15. Just as Han Q was in shock, Kai Er slowly raised her head, and just like that she opened her eyes. Her originally dull gray eyes actually emitted light once again, and her black eyes were threatening. When her gaze met Long Houchin's in the midst of the murderous aura in the room, Kai Er's lips curled into a faint smile. This smile only belonged to Long Houchin, and she seemed to have completely ignored the presence of Han Q. Seeing her lively eyes, Long Houchin couldn't suppress the emotions in his heart at all, and tears flowed down. Kai Er, Kai Er! Han Q didn't continue to stay and quietly retreated, leaving the room full of murderous aura to the two youngsters. He also had to quickly inform Ing Sui Feng of this good news. Ever since he saw that Long Houchin had broken through to the Sixth Order, Ing Sui Feng didn't know how many times he had talked about it. Looking at Kai Er, in the midst of the dense, murderous aura, Long Houchin walked step by step towards him. Not sure if it was because of the stimulation from the appearance of Kai Er's spiritual wings, but Long Houchin's back flashed with a golden light, and a pair of huge golden wings were also released. The gold and black colors intertwined in the quiet room, and the dense spiritual energy fluctuations seemed to make them feel like they were soaking in spring water. With a light flap of the wings on her back, Kai Er was already standing gracefully on the ground. It had been almost 6 months. Long Houchin had always been able to communicate by writing on her palm. And when he saw the change in Kai Er's eyes, he knew that his Kai Er had returned. Kai Er's 4 senses had returned. He suddenly took a step forward, completely ignoring the dense, murderous aura and coldness emitted from Kai Er's body. He pulled her into his embrace tightly, and his tears still flowed uncontrollably, as if he had lost her just a moment ago. Kai Er let him hug her, and she also gently hugged him back, murmuring, "Fool!" Long Houchin raised his head, gazing at her gentle gaze, just inches away. "Call me that again. I like to hear you call me fool." "Fool." Kai Er's eyes were a little blurred, and she called him again softly. In the next moment, Long Houchin's fiery lips had already kissed her cold, and an unprecedented fanaticism attacked her from all sides. The golden and black wings became the best background for them. Yes, Kai Er had returned, and the powerful reincarnation saintess had finally recovered all her abilities. Long Houchin's Kai Er had also returned, and the pain in his heart finally dissipated. Their lips parted, and both of them were panting. This kiss was really too long, and the pain in Long Houchin's heart seemed to be completely released in this kiss. Looking at Kai Er's lively eyes, he couldn't get enough of it. Kai Er gently helped him wipe the tears off his face, and her slightly red lips opened slightly. "Fool, I'm fine now, aren't I?" He held her small hands. It's all my fault. If I had come back earlier, Kai Er shook her head. Don't say these silly words. There are many things that we can't control. At that time, I could only do that. Otherwise, I wouldn't even have the chance to see you. Speaking of which, I really have to thank you for taking us to the Tower of Eternity this time. The strange thing is that my spiritual stove of samsara seems to be able to absorb the death energy in the Tower of Eternity to evolve. So, the time when I lost my 4 senses decreased. In that case, shouldn't you stay there and cultivate? If your spiritual stove of samsara evolves, what will happen? Kai Er said, in addition to the increase in power, there should be other improvements, but I still don't know what they are. But I can be sure that the death energy in the Tower of Eternity can effectively supplement the spiritual stove of samsara. The spiritual stove of samsara absorbs external energy through my body, and the most important seems to be the death energy. Usually we come in contact with very little death energy, at least not as pure as the death energy in the Tower of Eternity. So, when I use the spiritual stove of samsara, I will receive the backlash of the stove, absorbing the power of my 6 senses to use its power. If I can frequently absorb the death energy in the Tower of Eternity, it is very likely that I will receive less backlash when I use the spiritual stove of samsara. Long Haochen was overjoyed. Really? If that's the case, then that's great. Your spiritual stove of samsara is indeed powerful, but the backlash is too fierce. These few months, I have been worried about your situation every day. Do you know? It's so good to hear your voice. Kai Er smiled and said, Silly, in fact, I am no longer afraid of losing my 6 senses because I have you by my side. Even if I lose my 6 senses, I know that I won't be lonely, and I will also be strong until the day I recover. Long Haochen rubbed her head. What nonsense are you talking about? You will die if you lose your 6 senses. In the future, unless it is absolutely necessary, you must not use your spiritual stove of samsara. This time, when we enter the unreal paradise, we must find a better stove for you. It is too dangerous to always rely on the spiritual stove of samsara. The murderous aura in the air quietly converged, and Kai Er's pair of black spiritual wings also retracted. She gently nestled in Long Haochen's arms. Don't worry as long as we are together. Even if we die, there is nothing to be afraid of. Long Haochen held her shoulders with some reluctance, letting her sit up straight again. He said, Just now, Grandmaster came to find me and said a very important thing. I must immediately gather everyone. It will not be so smooth to enter the unreal paradise. Speaking up to this point, his eyes revealed a trace of sharpness. Preliminaries? Then come on. Because it involved the secrets of the unreal paradise, the people who knew about it were limited to the inner circle of the monster hunters. The venue of the preliminaries for the 10 places to enter the unreal paradise was located in the largest trial field under the main hall of the Temple of the Priests. Of course, this place could not be compared to the great trial field of the Sanctuary Alliance, but it was also a field with a diameter of 100 meters, and the surrounding seats were enough to accommodate 1,000 people. The attraction of the spiritual stove was too great. Out of the 42 teams of monster hunters, there were a total of 211 people, but in the end there were a total of 150 people who signed up. Most of the people who did not sign up were the priests of the various teams, as well as those monster hunters who were rank 4 soldier level and general level monster hunters who were rank 5 and below. Almost all those who were rank 5 and above had signed up. It was just a test of luck. What if they were lucky enough to enter the top 10? 150 people seemed like a lot, but taking everything into account, they only needed to win 4 matches in a row to enter the top 10. If they were lucky enough to meet an opponent whose strength was 5 levels lower than their own every time, they might have a chance to advance. Long Haochen led his companions to the great trial grounds early because they were originally staying in a quiet room not far away from the training grounds. After Long Haochen told his companions about the preliminaries yesterday, everyone had a feeling of eagerness to try. Although other than Kair, the others were still stuck at the peak of rank 5. However, this period of time in the Tower of Eternity was not wasted. Long Houchin deliberately brought Kaer into the Tower of Eternity yesterday and helped her pass the 4th and 5th stages. After her 4 senses were restored and her cultivation was upgraded to rank 6, she challenged the red skeleton again. The result was surprising. With her ghostly speed, Kaer persisted under the attack of the red skeleton for a longer time than Long Houchin. After all, she did not need to clash with the red skeleton often like Long Houchin. Long Houchin and Kaer teamed up and tried a few more times. With their tacit cooperation, they actually persisted in front of the red skeleton for a full 5 minutes. Although these 5 minutes were quite taxing and stressful for them, don't forget that the 2 of them could recover in the Tower of Eternity. Moreover, the greater the pressure, the greater the effect. The red skeleton would not kill them. Long Houchin persisted for a full 10 battles inside before he was teleported back to rest amidst the pain of his body being torn apart. There was no rostrum in this trial field. The leaders of the Southern Guard Pass and the Alliance were all sitting in the front row. Seeing that almost everyone had arrived, the Temple Master of the Temple of the Priests, Ling Xiao, walked into the trial field. Monster hunters, everyone is already aware of the situation, so I will not repeat it here. I only want to emphasize one point. To the Southern Guard Pass, you are all saviors. You have just finished a great battle not long ago. Over the past month, you have become the cornerstone of the Southern Guard Pass's defense. On behalf of the Temple of the Priests and the Southern Guard Pass, I thank you. Ling Xiao had a straight face the entire time, but with his status as a powerhouse of the 9th grade and the Temple Master of the Temple of the Priests, he actually bowed to the demon hunters, who were only at the commander rank. This kind of bearing was admirable. The demon hunters naturally could not sit still. They collectively stood up and returned the salute to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao said in a deep voice, "The previous battle nearly caused a destructive blow to our Southern Guard Pass. You are the saviors of the Southern Guard Pass, but what about each other? What are you? You are your fellow soldiers, your comrades. You are all aware of how high the casualty rate of the monster hunters is. This time, the spiritual stove in Illusory Paradise is fatally attractive to all professions. However, it is still an external object. Today's selection is to select talents, not for you to fight to the death. I solemnly warn everyone, during the competition, you're not allowed to kill your opponent, nor are you allowed to injure them. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. I will propose to the Alliance that those who kill their fellow soldiers be expelled from the monster hunters." When he said the last sentence, although he was a priest, his eyes clearly flashed with a cold light. The terrifying pressure of a powerhouse of the 9th grade suppressed the 100 people present into silence. After a moment of silence, Ling Xiao said, "There is another rule, and that is that flying is not allowed. Flying is not allowed in Illusory Paradise, so for this trial, all participants are not allowed to use their spiritual wings to fight in the air. Let's begin the drawing of lots." He waved his hand, signifying the official start of this trial. The drawing of lots was very simple. A wooden box was carried into the arena with a number plate inside. Each round would be a new drawing of lots. It was to ensure fairness. 150 people participating in the drawing of lots could be considered a spectacular sight. When Long Houchin and the others lined up and walked out, they could not help but miss the scene in the Sanctuary Alliance's great trial field. The drawing of lots lasted for a full 15 minutes. The competition then officially began. As the judge, it was impressively an 8th grade Holy Knight. It was obvious that although Ling Xiao had given sufficient reminders, the demon hunters present could be said to be the most precious resources of the Alliance. Hence, he still let the 8th grade Holy Knight be the judge to ensure that there would not be any injuries or deaths. Long Houchin and the others were considered lucky in the first round. At least the 7 of them were not in a row, so they avoided the tragic situation of killing each other. The first round of the competition quickly began. This was the competition of the demon hunters, and not the selection competition of the new demon hunt groups. As expected, the competition was incomparably intense from the start. Most of the participating demon hunters were 6th grade holy knights. Although they did not fly, the battle was still extremely intense. Dense spiritual energy exploded in the field, so much so that the 8th grade holy knight had no choice but to release the glorious body, ready to intervene at any time. The competition progressed quickly, and the difference in strength was naturally the key to victory. After all, it was rare to draw an opponent whose strength was similar to theirs. The 21st General Level Monster Hunters had the smallest number, Chininger, and she was naturally the first to enter the field. Number 35, 36, enter the field. Number 36 was Chun Inger. Lin Xin flipped his hair and looked at Chininger. If you can't do it, just admit defeat. Don't waste your magic crystals. Your opponent is a 6th grade holy knight. Why should I admit defeat? I'll use it. Chininger rolled her eyes at him and carried Medul Piglet into the field. Although there were general-level monster hunters who had participated in the previous rounds, the victors were mostly 6th grade commander-level monster hunters. At this time, a pretty little girl like Chininger entered the field, and many of the demon hunters were taken aback. Was this little girl even 20 years old? Did she enter the wrong place? She was probably a warrior-level monster hunters. Chininger's luck was pretty good. Her opponent was a veteran general-level monster hunter's water magician. He was around 5th grade level, 8. The judge looked at Chininger and said in a low voice, "Let me emphasize again, do not be ruthless. The competition begins." When he said this, he was completely facing the water magician, and it was obvious that he did not think highly of Chininger. In the battle between the magician and the summoner, there was a distance of 50 meters between them. When the water magician saw that his opponent was such a little girl, he laughed. Not to mention him, even those who knew Long Houchen's team did not think highly of Chininger. In the resting area, Yang Wenjiao's expression was extremely ugly, and he muttered, "What is Long Houchen doing? How can he let Inger participate in this kind of competition? What if she gets injured?" However, when the competition began, those who did not think highly of Chininger were quickly stunned. As a monster hunter, although the water magician had underestimated Chininger, he did not let his guard down when the competition began. For a monster hunter, carelessness meant death, so he cautiously chanted the elemental water shield. Then he saw the little pig in Chininger's arms jump out of Chininger's arms and then run towards him. This little pig is a magical beast? It can't be. The water magician thought that he was experienced and knowledgeable, but he did not remember the existence of such a magical beast. The elemental water shield was quickly completed, and a layer of blue light enveloped the water magician's body. He pointed his staff forward and instantly shot an ice arrow at Medul. It has to be said that among the general-level monster hunters, there are very few who are as rich as Long Houchen and the others. The water magician's staff was of the spirit level. When he shot the ice arrow, the magician deliberately looked at Chininger, but found that the little girl did not have any intention of chanting a spell. This was the first time he had encountered such a battle, and he was really confused. When the ice arrow was about to reach Medul, he saw his 4 hooves on the ground, and suddenly made a side leap. As soon as his plump body touched the ground, he instantly completed a roll, and then pounced towards the magician once again. Medul's timing was perfect, and he jumped just as the ice arrow was about to reach him. Even if the water magician wanted to control the ice arrow to hit him, he would not be able to do so. It directly pierced the ground and broke into pieces. The water magician pointed his staff again, and this time he instantly cast the rank 4 Ice Rain spell. This was a skill that came with his staff, and he could cast it twice a day. The Ice Rain spell did not fall water droplets, but icicles. A large number of icicles directly enveloped Medul's small body. At this time, Medul was about 30 meters away from the water magician. a shocking scene appeared. At this moment, Madal displayed a strong dodging ability. His body curled up as much as possible, and his speed increased sharply. Under his dodging and maneuvering, he actually continuously passed through the gaps between the icicles. At the most dangerous moment, some of the icicles even brushed past his back. Magicians had their own way of thinking. In their opinion, area of effect spells could not be dodged. But at this moment, Madal taught all magicians a lesson, who said area of effect spells could not be dodged. Madal's body was only a little more than a foot long and had never grown. No matter how dense the icicles were, there would still be gaps, or else it would be like an ice wall smashing down. While he was dodging and maneuvering, he actually continued to move forward. The ice cone spell more or less interfered with the water magician's vision. When he clearly saw the little piglet's powerful dodging movements, the distance between Madal and him was only about 10 meters. A trace of uneasiness finally appeared in the water magician's heart. This little piglet is stubbornly rushing towards me. There must be a purpose. Although he did not feel any spiritual fluctuations from Madal's body, as a demon hunter, he had a keen sense of danger, so he reacted immediately. This time it was really the ice wall spell. A 3-meter wide ice wall suddenly erected in front of Madal, blocking his way. Seeing that he was about to rush in front of the ice wall, the water magician's understanding and control of magic showed itself. 3 ice walls rose in a flash, sealing the other 3 directions, artificially creating an ice prison, accurately sealing Madal, who was less than 10 meters away from him. Just when the water magician breathed a sigh of relief, suddenly, a sudden fear came from the bottom of his heart. In the next moment, a strong explosion came from the ice wall. A huge figure suddenly appeared, and 2 sharp, all-like weapons instantly reached his chest. Ice ring of resistance. The water magician panicked and immediately released his magic. Unfortunately, the opponent in front of him was not someone that could be stopped by the ice ring of resistance. Poof! The ice ring and the elemental water shield shattered one after the other. The 3-meter tall, bloodthirsty demon waved a pair of tyrannical sharp spikes and was already in front of him. Roar. Chapter 104. What was a bloodthirsty demon? It was a powerful demon from the berserk demons. Compared to ordinary berserk demons, a truly powerful, bloodthirsty demon had a cultivation base as high as level 6. It was rare for demons to fight purely with physical attacks. The words that Lin Xian used to describe Sima Xian were more suitable for the bloodthirsty demon. This guy's brain was full of muscles. However, no matter how obvious the weakness of the bloodthirsty demon was, it was not good at long-range attacks. It did not know how to attack with magic, but it was still a level 6 powerhouse. How could it not have some kind of support? The strength of its body made up for its lack of elemental control, and its terrifying physical attack was even more invincible on the battlefield. Even if they were also rank 6 demons, they wouldn't be able to do so. No one was willing to go head-to-head with a lunatic like the bloodthirsty demon. Once it launched an attack, the bloodthirsty demon would not stop until it was dead. It was the same for both humans and demons. When a bloodthirsty demon rushed in front of a human magician, followed by a ferocious big face, 2 sharp arms on his neck and letting out a roar, it was already good enough that he did not lose control of his bowels and urine. The water magician was very direct, his mind went blank, and he fell to the ground. Chen Ing-er pouted from afar. Useless. If I knew this would happen, I would not have used the level 6 magic crystal. What a waste. However, before she finished her sentence, her voice immediately became urgent and sharp. Ah! Referee! Don't do anything. That's not a demon. A bloodthirsty demon appeared inside the Temple of the Priests. What was going on? The appearance of the bloodthirsty demon was too sudden, to the point that the level 8 referee did not have time to think. In a flash, he rushed in front of the bloodthirsty demon and threw a punch. The bloodthirsty demon's reaction was not slow. Its feet seemed to slip. Its whole body fell down. but the tip of its toes touched the ground, and at the same time, a pair of sharp spikes propped up on the ground, and its huge body flew out. In the process of flying, the spectating demon hunters saw clearly that its body was shrinking at an alarming speed, and when it landed again, it had already turned into the shape of a little pig and ran towards Chen-Ing, as if it was scared. That was a Type 8 powerhouse. Even if Medull Piglet was in his frenzied, bloodthirsty demon state, he would still be finished if he was hit by it. It was originally extremely dissatisfied with the experience in the Tower of Eternity a few days ago. The feeling of being abused every day was too painful, but now it was glad that it had improved its combat skills. It could be said that it was the red skeleton that had tortured it. Of course, this was also the result of risking becoming a roasted, suckling pig every day. This time, the judge was really stunned. This was the first time he had seen such a situation with his 8th level cultivation. He hurriedly strode towards Chen-Ing, wanting to get to the bottom of this. Before the referee could say anything, Chen-Ing had already turned into a chili pepper. "What are you doing? Do you want to make a move without understanding the situation? If you hurt my Medull, can you afford to compensate me? Do you know how much Medull played me? It's my natal summoned beast." It was one thing for him to be ignorant, but he was also so reckless. They had never seen a magical beast that could transform. Are you stupid? Humph. After saying this, Chen-Ing angrily flung the 2 strands of hair at the back of her head and directly walked back to the resting area. Her voice was very loud, and all the demon hunters in the resting area heard it clearly. Immediately, roars of laughter rang out. This girl was too fierce. She even dared to scold an 8th level sacred knight. How amazing was she! The judge was also very depressed. He thought to himself, who asked you to imitate the demons? Moreover, I really have never seen a magical beast that could transform. Han Qiu shouted at his depressed subordinate. He resisted the urge to laugh and stood up. All right, let the competition continue. This round, number 36 wins. Who was Chen-Ing? She was the granddaughter of Sanshue Popo. With Sanshue Popo's character, even he and Ing Suifeng were at odds. It would be strange if the granddaughter she taught had a good temper. Of course, it was impossible for Chen-Ing to have any collusion with the demons. Who would suspect her? However, Medull Piglet's performance still surprised all the big shots present, not only because of its transformation ability, but also because of the fighting skills it displayed in the competition. Even an attack from an 8th level sacred knight was dodged by it. Moreover, it was able to dodge and maneuver in front of the ice rain spell. This was not an ordinary magical beast. Chen-Ing's magical beast was really interesting. After sitting down again, Han Qiu quietly glanced at Long Haochen. He thought to himself, Haochen's companion seems to have become stronger. Yang Wenjiao's mouth was wide open. His face was lifeless. Inger was already so strong. Is that her natal summoned beast? In other words, she was no longer the unreliable summoner from before. For a moment, he couldn't help but have mixed feelings. The competition continued. Although the previous one was exciting, today's competition was related to their own interests. Everyone gave it their all. They tried their best to focus, so they didn't care much about the situation of others. Moreover, although Medull Piglet's ability to transform into a bloodthirsty demon was quite good, the bloodthirsty demon's weakness was also very obvious. It was not difficult to deal with it as long as one was prepared. The 21st General Level Monster Hunters was the second to fight. No one knew what was going on, but in the order they drew, the 2 with the weakest combat power were to fight first. Holding the Fire Cloud Crystal Staff, Lin Exan flung his long, elegant hair back and smiled at Lin Exan, who wasn't too far away, before taking large strides towards the center of the field. Lin Exan naturally came for such an important competition. Of course, she didn't give herself much pressure. After all, she had just broken through to 5th level not long ago. Although her spiritual power had increased to more than 3,000 with the help of the Holy Spirit pill, it was obviously unrealistic for her to advance in this level of selection. Seeing that Lin Xian was actually going to fight, Lin Xian couldn't help but be shocked. A trace of anxiety appeared on her pretty face. She quickly walked over to the 21st General Level Monster Hunters and sat down beside Long Haochen. Little brother, how can he compete? He doesn't even know how to attack? Lin Xian whispered. Long Haochen chuckled. Sis, it's all right. Even if they couldn't win, they definitely wouldn't lose. Just watch. Lin Xian has improved a lot recently. He said that in order to be worthy of you, he has to work hard in his cultivation. Bah! Even you are making fun of me? What do you mean by that? Lin Xian blushed. However, he still couldn't help but look at Lin Xian. Lin Xian had the potential to be a weakling. In front of Lin Xian, he was obedient and well-behaved. In addition, he tried his best to please her. He often gave Lin Xian some small gifts. He was resigned to Lin Xian's adversity. Gradually, he had a certain place in Lin Xian's heart. In the beginning, Lin Xian mainly sympathized with Lin Xian because of his pitiful fate. However, as she got to know him more and more, she realized that Lin Xian wasn't bad in many aspects. Although this guy was a little narcissistic, his looks did have some redeeming qualities. Moreover, his talent in the field of alchemy could indeed be described as gifted. More importantly, this guy was easy to bully. At this time, Lin Xian had already walked to the center of the arena. His opponent was a warrior. However, it was a warrior who looked a little thin and weak. He wore simple leather armor and held a small battle axe in each hand. It was very obvious that this warrior was a speed type. Magician against warrior. The distance between the two sides was 30 meters. Following the referee's announcement, the match began. The warrior had already started charging at Lin Xian. Lin Xian's luck was obviously not as good as Chen Er's. The person he met was a genuine grade 6 powerhouse. A pair of small green spiritual wings were released from his back. He didn't fly, but his body was like a green stream of light rushing towards Lin Xian. A thick red light instantly appeared on Lin Xian's body. He didn't chant any spell, but the fire crystal staff in his hand was directly inserted into the ground. The red light was released by him and the staff at the same time. The thick spiritual waves gave people a strong sense of oppression. However, no one could see what magic this guy was going to use in actual combat. The warrior himself was of the wind attribute, coupled with a pair of wind spiritual wings. One could imagine how fast his speed was. With his grade 6 cultivation, he didn't even put Lin Xian in his eyes, who didn't even have spiritual wings. His speed suddenly increased in the air, and with an indomitable momentum, he rushed towards Lin Xian. Speed and attack power were directly proportional. The warrior had the battle axe in his hands, ready to deal with Lin Xian's magic. His battle axes had the effect of breaking magic, and his own spiritual power wasn't weak either. At this time, the pair of battle axes had already turned green under the infusion of spiritual power. What he was thinking now was where to cut Lin Xian. After all, this wasn't a battle of life and death. He couldn't injure his opponent. To everyone's surprise, Lin Xian didn't do anything while the opponent was rushing towards him. He could only watch helplessly as the other party came over. Of course, the speed of the Wind Warrior was also quite fast. In just a few blinks of an eye, he was in front of Lin Xian, and the pair of battle axes were raised. A smile of victory appeared on the face of the Wind Warrior. The magician was closed in by the warrior, and it was destined that the match was over. However, he didn't have the slightest bit of carelessness, and was still full of spiritual power, ready to deal with Lin Xian's possible counterattack. Just when the distance between the two was only about 2 meters, Lin Xian finally had a reaction. A circle of incomparably rich red light suddenly spread from his body. Ring of Resistance. A low-level skill. It didn't have much attack power, Its most important use was to shock the enemy away, to prevent the enemy from attacking him. It was one of the self-defense skills of fire magicians. Seeing that the opponent had waited for so long to release a ring of resistance, the Wind Warrior couldn't help but laugh. "You want to stop me with a ring of resistance?" The battle axe in his left hand slashed forward. In his opinion, with the effect of breaking magic on the battle axe, it would be a piece of cake to split open the ring of resistance. Was that really the case? The smile on the Wind Elemental Warrior's face froze before it could fade away. That was because he was shocked to find that when his battle axe struck the ring of resistance, it was as if he had struck a huge piece of rubber. The strong rebound force and toughness made it impossible for his axe to move forward. In the next moment, the faster the speed of the charge, the stronger the rebound force. The ring of resistance collided with the rapid charge, and the Wind Warrior was sent flying at a speed faster than when he came, like a stone shot from a slingshot. Moreover, although the ring of resistance wasn't hard, this kind of rebound force made his chest feel stuffy, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. His whole body fell into a temporary state of dizziness. At this time, a flaming skeleton floated out, but it didn't attack the Wind Warrior. It only circled once in the air, and then returned to Lin Xian's fire crystal staff. The referee stopped the match, and ruled that Lin Xian won. It was obvious that if that fire curse had landed on the Wind Warrior, he would have been half crippled if not dead. That was a 6th grade spell. The power of a 6th grade spell of a magician couldn't be compared to a 6th grade skill of a warrior. After chinning, Lin Xian also won his first match. When Lin Xian returned to the rest area, he was very cocky, but when he saw Lin Xian at Long Houchen's side, he stared blankly for a moment, and the proud expression on his face immediately retracted a bit. No one saw that at this moment a trace of warmth flashed in the depths of his eyes. "Wife, why are you here?" Lin Xiao honestly and bluntly sat his but next to Lin Xian. Lin Xian said angrily, "Who is your wife? Do you still have no shame?" Lin Xian laughed mischievously. "I only want my wife. I don't care about face." I'm leaving." While saying that, Lin Xian stood up and was about to return to the 22nd General Level Monster Hunters. Lin Xian hurriedly grabbed her hand. Don't go, I won't say it, okay? I'll listen to you." While saying that, he immediately changed to sitting still, looking like a good child. Looking at this clown, Lin Xian really didn't know what to do with him. The others couldn't help but smile at their appearance, even Kair laughed. The match continued, and after a few matches, it was the turn of the 21st General Level Monster Hunters, Sima Xian. Those who were familiar with this team of monster hunters couldn't help but think to themselves, did their whole team sign up? Sima Xian strode into the arena. His appearance was really shocking. His majestic body, half-body armor, and incomparably huge metal ball in his hand. Many people couldn't help but wonder what kind of weapon that was. Gomaxian's opponent was a knight. Both sides, report your name and class, the referee asked as usual. The profession was to maintain a distance between the two sides at the beginning of the match. Knight. Priest. A match between a knight and a priest, the distance between the two sides. Wait a minute, you're a priest? The referee looked at Sima Xian in shock. Sima Xian's expression immediately became a little ugly. This was the main hall of the Temple of the Priests. "Why can't I be a priest?" he asked with a stern face. The referee's facial muscles couldn't help but twitch a little, and he said in a low voice, "For the fairness of the match, we need to verify your identity. Please show us your priest certificate." Sima Xian snorted, and with a wave of his left hand, a pure holy light bloomed from his body. This was an authentic priest skill, not something that people from other temple could learn. Warriors and knights wouldn't learn this kind of skill either. "Are you really a priest?" the referee asked again hesitantly. At this time, the temple master of the Temple of the Priests, Ling Xiao, who was sitting in the front row, couldn't take it anymore. "What are you waiting for? This kid is a priest." "Yes, Temple Master Ling, the referee's heart twitched. This guy didn't look like a priest at all. Priest versus knight. Both sides move 50 meters away from each other. Start the match. Sima Xian grandly retreated 50 meters away, but the vigor ball of light in his hand began to dance. The huge chain that was 30 feet long was connected to the vigor ball of light, which was 1 meter in diameter. As soon as it was swung on the arena, it immediately brought up a gust of wind. The whistling sound caused the hearts of all the spectators to twitch along with the referee. F***CK. Was this really a priest? The one who felt it the most was naturally Sima Xian's opponent. He stared dumbfoundedly at Sima Xian's vigor ball of light. This knight didn't even have enough confidence when he charged forward. His mount was a scarlet-scaled earth dragon, which could be considered tall and mighty, a magical beast of the 6th rank. However, when he rode on his red-horned earth dragon and charged toward Sima Xian, he felt that his aura was completely suppressed. Sima Xian also took large strides towards his opponent. With each step, a muffled sound could be heard. His aura was also rising rapidly. The intense golden light on his body became stronger and stronger, and the vigor ball of light spiraling around him was like a small sun, releasing dazzling golden light. In the resting area, Ling Xiao had already covered his face with his hands. Is this guy really a priest? This is too embarrassing. Who was the one who nurtured this kid? No, I must expel him. Definitely. This kind of guy staying in the temple of the priests is simply a disgrace to the temple. Han Qiu said leisurely. Disgrace? All right, then I'll go back and talk to this kid and let him join our Knights Templars. Anyway, his status as a member of Hao Qin's team can't be changed. Huh. Ling Xiao put down his hands that were covering his face and looked at Han Qiu with a puzzled expression. You old thing. You always do things without benefits. If this kid is expelled from the Temple of the Priests by me, then it'll be a joke. Are you still willing to accept him? Han Qiu glanced at him disdainfully. Don't ask me. I'll never tell you that this kid's innate internal spiritual power is 80. Cough, what did you say? Han Qiu covered his mouth. I didn't say anything. When Ling Xiao turned his head again to look at Sima Xian, his gaze had completely changed. Looking at it, it was as if he had seen a rare treasure. Han Qiu ridiculed him from the side. Old Ling, you have to keep your word. When this election is over, quickly expel him. Such a talent, our Knights Templars will want as many as we have. You see, he doesn't even know a single healing magic. Staying in your temple will only be a joke. We're not afraid. If we train him, he'll definitely be a good punishment knight. Even if his weapon is a little weird, it's fine. Shut up. Don't even think about it. Ling Xiao said fiercely. When did I say that I'm going to expel him? Han Qiu's eyes widened and said, You just said it. Ling Xiao snorted and said, I said it my ass, you're hearing things. This kid belongs to our Temple of the Priests. No one can even think of touching him. So what if he doesn't know healing? He can completely become the guardian of the temple with his identity as a disciplined priest. When the competition is over, I'm prepared to accept him as my personal disciple. Sitting on the other side of Ling Xiao, Ing Sui Feng, who had been silent all this time, suddenly sighed and said, Old Ling, the thickness of your skin is almost as thick as old Han's. Han Qiu laughed and said, It's fine. This old man won't lower himself to his level. The reason why he said that Sima Xian's innate internal spiritual power was 80 was naturally intentional. Sima Xian was Long Haoqin's partner and also Long Haoqin's retainer knight. His strength also meant that Long Haoqin would be safer. If he could help, he would naturally help. Sima Xian's opponent was a guardian knight, and the tragic thing was that this guy was also good at strength. His cultivation had also just reached the 6th rank. Therefore, when he saw the powerful ball of light, which was whistling with evil winds, he could only rush over. The knight himself was not good at long-range attacks. The result was obvious. When the knight's spirit-grade shield, divine block, and sacred light seeping shield met Sima Xian's vigorous light pale, crushing skill, and light ripple. The result was that the shield was directly shattered, and he was sent flying. It wasn't that this knight couldn't block Sima Xian's attack. It was just that he was at a disadvantage in terms of weapons. He was sent flying, and his chest felt stuffy, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. More importantly, he was sent flying, but his red-scaled earth dragon was still there. Seeing the vigorous light pale smashing towards the red-scaled earth dragon, this knight, who felt sorry for his mount, could only shout out to admit defeat. The first round of the competition proceeded very quickly, and Long Haochen and the other Captain Grade number 21 monster hunters were actually quite lucky. They didn't encounter any senior general grade demon hunters, and all of them successfully passed the first round. This round of the competition had already gone through more than 70 matches, and it was already noon. Ling Xiao announced that the second round of the competition would continue in the afternoon, and they would go for lunch first. Not knowing if they had used up all their good luck during the drawing of lots in the afternoon, Lin Xian actually drew Sima Xian and Qining, or drew Kai, therefore, the more promising Sima Xian and Kai are unnaturally advanced, while Long Haochen, Wang Yuanyuan, and Han Yu also defeated their respective opponents. It was worth mentioning that Wang Yuanyuan had barely won after a bitter battle. Furthermore, she had relied on the giant soul divine Shield's Azura slash to win by a surprise move. Compared to the first round, the second round was obviously much more difficult. However, after 2 rounds, there were still 5 Captain Grade number 21 monster hunters remaining, which was quite impressive. Currently, there were only 38 contestants left. Apart from Wang Yuanyuan, Sima Xian, and Han Yu, the others who advanced were all at the 6th rank. The third round began on the second day, and this round's competition was obviously more intense. Long Haochen directly encountered Wang Yuanyuan, so naturally, as the group leader, he advanced. However, Han Yu and Sima Xian both lost their matches. Han Yu encountered a powerful 6th rank summoner, and under the opponent's many powerful summoned beasts, he finally suffered a grievance. Sima Xian, on the other hand, was unlucky enough to encounter a 6th rank pinnacle magician. After putting some distance between them, he was unable to get close. In the end, he suffered a grievance. After this round, only Long Haochen and Kai advanced. The final round would be held in the afternoon, and a total of 19 people advanced to the final round. At the same time, the person with the best performance from the previous extra round also entered the top 20. However, the people who entered the top 20 had participated in the extra round, so it was not easy to win in the end. Although they lost the match, the morale of the Captain Grade number 21 monster hunters was not affected. After all, they were Captain Grade monster hunters, and losing to a general grade demon hunter was not shameful at all. Moreover, it also involved the problem of elemental restraints. Through this round, they suddenly felt like they had fallen in love with the red skeleton. Regardless of whether it was a warrior or a magician, their grasp of timing and combat skills on the battlefield had extremely obvious improvements. Even those general grade veterans were not stronger than them in terms of combat skills. Lunch. Leader, Ping Wu, you must win, Sima Xian said unwillingly. His strengths and weaknesses were very obvious. His strength was naturally his tyrannical close combat ability, and he would not be at a disadvantage even if he encountered a 6th grade opponent. However, the problem was that his speed was not fast, and when he encountered a magician who was good at long-range attacks, there was nothing he could do. Moreover, he was most afraid of magicians who were good at control and slow. Unfortunately, he encountered such a magician in the 3rd round. Long Haochen chuckled and said, "Sima, don't be discouraged. One match doesn't prove anything." Kai looked at Long Haochen and said with a smile that was not a smile, "I hope to be able to draw you in the afternoon." Long Haochen rubbed her hair and subconsciously hugged her slender waist. Although Kai's 4 senses had recovered, he was already used to hugging her. That soft, slender waist made him unable to stop. He naturally understood what Kai meant. If there was one person in the team who could ensure that they would advance, it would definitely be him. This was because he could control the entrance to the Tower of Eternity, and only if he advanced could he bring his companions into the Dream Shrine's dream paradise. Han Yu passed the light's punishment to Long Haochen, leader. Has Hao Yue not finished evolving yet? Those 6th grade demon hunters were indeed strong, and Han Yu's cultivation was not weak. Coupled with the level 7 evil eye, they still lost the match in the end. Long Haochen shook his head and said, "This time, Hao Yue has been asleep for a very long time. I reckon that after this evolution, it should bring me some surprises. Don't worry, even without it, I still have confidence." Back when he faced the 8th grade Moon Devil, being able to survive was a heavy experience for him. He had faced opponents with more than 20,000 spiritual energy points, and opponents of the same level could no longer give him any pressure. Moreover, he already had 2 spiritual stoves, which was his advantage. Even without Hao Yue, his strength was still outstanding among the 6th grade demon hunters. Don't forget, including the light's punishment, he had almost 5 pieces of Radiance grade equipment and above. Trial field. Although most of the matches had ended, they still came to watch the finals to see who could enter the top 10. It was related to whether they could enter the Dream Shrine or not, and the atmosphere in the trial field was especially heavy, especially the 20 contestants who were about to participate in the competition. The lot drawing ceremony began, and soon all 20 contestants had a number in their hands. Long Haochen and Kai looked at each other, but they did not meet. Kai was number 2, and Long Haochen was number 7. This also meant that Kai would be fighting in the first match. The referee for the afternoon match was changed. What was shocking was that the temple master of the Temple of the Priests, Ling Xiao, was actually standing in the field. The reason why Ling Xiao was personally acting as the referee was simple. It was to intimidate others. This was the last round of the competition, and it would decide who would enter the Dream Shrine. Every demon hunter had to give it their all. Ling Xiao did not want to see a demon hunter competition in the Temple of the Priests to lead to injury or even death. Every demon hunter was the most precious resource of the Alliance. With him presiding over the competition, he believed that no one would dare to be ruthless. Moreover, even if there was a problem, with his powerful healing ability as a 9th grade priest, he would be able to treat them in time. The last round of the competition, contestants number 1 and 2, please come forward. Ling Xiao's voice was calm, but it echoed in every corner of the trial field. The formless majesty instantly silenced the demon hunters in the resting area. Kai stood up from beside Long Haochen and slowly walked into the field. She was still wearing a veil as she slowly walked into the field. The contestant who got the first lot was a knight with a tall stature, looking to be in his 30s. When he saw that his opponent was Kai, his eyes couldn't help but flash with a hint of happiness. It wasn't only because Kai didn't look that old, but also because of their professions. This was a guardian knight, and the guardian knight was least afraid of assassins. With his powerful defense and the support of his mount, he was absolutely confident that he could defeat the young lady in front of him. However, he did not let his guard down just because Kai looked young. The fact that she could enter the last round of the competition proved that she had a lot of problems. This young lady might not be easy to deal with. Ling Xiao's gaze deliberately lingered on Kai for a long time. This was the finals, and he also wanted to see how capable this young lady, whom Suifeng praised as the successor of the Assassin Temple, was. She had the Samsara Saintess physique. Assassin versus knight. Both parties move 30 meters apart. The competition begins. After Ling Xiao spoke calmly, a golden light flashed under his feet. In the next moment, he was already at the edge of the field. An ice-cold, murderous intent erupted from Kai's body in an instant. Her eyes shone with determination and coldness. Along with the announcement of the start of the competition, she had already rushed towards the middle-aged knight like a black lightning bolt. In the air, a pair of extremely unique black wings appeared brazenly. The moment Kair's spiritual wings were released, the entire training field could not help but turn dark. It was as if all the light was absorbed by her wings. In the air, an ice-cold murderous intent that was almost stagnant rose in an instant. The spectators in the resting area could clearly feel a chill on their bodies. What kind of spiritual wings were those? Why were they black? Black spiritual wings would generally only appear under one circumstance, and that was when the user had the dark attribute. However, there were almost no professionals with the dark attribute in the Alliance. Could it be that this girl from the Assassin Temple had the same dark attribute as the demons? Only the person involved did not think so. The middle-aged knight was also fiercely shocked the moment Kair released her spiritual wings. He felt it the most intensely. The cold, murderous intent seemed to have locked onto his body. In his vision, Kair's figure actually became somewhat illusory. The black wings flapped forcefully, and Kair's already extremely fast speed increased again. Because of the excessive speed, her body actually brought along a sharp whistle in the air, leaving a series of afterimages. 30 meters seemed to have passed in the blink of an eye. How fast had Kair's speed reached? One could tell just by looking at her opponent. There was a distance of 30 meters between them. However, he did not have the time to summon his mount companion. The knight was dressed in black heavy armor, with a golden shield in his left hand and a golden great sword in his right. Seeing that Kair was already in front of him, he shouted loudly and took a step forward with his left foot. The shield in his hand had already swept towards Kair. At the same time, a layer of holy light rippled from his body. His holy light wasn't used for defense, but to counter the perception of assassins. The greatest strength of an assassin was their speed. With an omnidirectional defensive skill, like the holy light, he could sense her attack position in the shortest time possible and respond accordingly. This knight was also the core of his team. Naturally, it would not be his first time fighting against an assassin. However, Kair did not use her movement technique as he had expected. A dark golden light flashed, and her petite body twisted slightly. She practically slid past the edge of the shield, and her short sword went straight for the knight's chest. The knight's reaction was also very fast. In an instant, a dragon's roar burst forth from his body, and the rank 5 rising dragon strike suddenly erupted. However, his body did not soar in the same way as the rising dragon strike. Instead, golden light shone around his body, and the golden spiritual energy that resembled dragon scales instantly fluctuated and spread. At the same time as he blocked Kair's attack, the great sword in his right hand blossomed with a golden light. Glorious Sun Slash. This did not mean that high-level experts had to use high-level skills. Many times, low-level skills were more important than high-level skills. This was because low-level skills consumed less spiritual energy, and they could be used quickly. With a soft clang, Kair's dark golden dagger stabbed into the knight's heavy armor. Immediately after, her body used the rebound force to abruptly retreat. The knight did not show mercy. Pointing his great sword forward, he actually used the glorious Sun Slash to activate the lightning thrust. A strange scene appeared. Amidst the golden light that filled the sky, the tip of every strike of the lightning thrust seemed to carry a small golden sun. This was the combination of the glorious Sun Slash and the lightning thrust. Using the speed of the lightning thrust, the accuracy of the glorious Sun Slash was greatly increased. Although it did not decrease, he was facing an assassin. An assassin's defense had never been very good. It seemed that the Guardian Knight already had the upper hand, but in reality, only he knew that he was at a disadvantage. The knight thought that his rising dragon strike, combined with his combat skills, would definitely be able to block Kair's attack just now. In reality, not only was Kair's attack fast, but it was also very tricky. Like a venomous snake spitting out its tongue, it drilled through the gaps in his defense, and the dark golden dagger stabbed into his heavy armor. His heavy armor did not come with any skills, but it was a piece of Radiant's great equipment. Its strength lay in its material. Its defense was astonishing. Whether it was hardness or toughness, it was far superior to ordinary metals. However, Kyr's shocking stab just now made him feel a chill run down his spine. Chapter 105. Kai. Oi's stab did not penetrate the middle-aged knight's heavy armor, but it was almost there. The middle-aged knight could clearly feel the coldness that was filled with murderous intent and deathly stillness. If he had not immediately used his spiritual power to seal the meridians in that area, he was afraid that it would have directly affected his battle. The aura on Kyr's body gave him too much pressure. He had never felt such a solid, murderous intent from other assassins. Hence, he immediately used the skill that he was most proficient in. Facing the lightning stab that shone like a small sun, Kyr did not retreat. At that moment, she was like a wisp of green smoke, her body seemingly weightless. She swayed gently under the attack of the lightning stab. However, the lightning stab was so fast that it could not pierce her body, and she quietly slipped through the gap. If anyone still remembered Medul Piglet's previous performance, then they would realize that the movement technique that Kyr was using now was similar to the piglet's ice rain spell. However, Kyr's movements were more elegant and faster. The middle-aged knight only saw a blur in front of him, and Kyr's figure had already appeared in front of him again. His brilliant sun lightning stab had completely missed. Holy shield spell, shield recoil. The middle-aged knight shouted loudly and poured all his spiritual power into the shield in his hands. The skill that came with the glory grade shield was activated. The holy shield spell that he released was 3 times bigger than usual, and it completely protected the front of his body. However, right at this moment, Kyr's silhouette disappeared. That's right, she disappeared into thin air. Invisibility. The invisibility spell was the most important assassin grade 6 skill. Kyr had just broken through grade 6, so naturally, she had not had the time to practice it. Although she had her grandfather's inheritance ring, she still needed time to practice it. At that moment, she activated the skill that came with her necklace. His back suddenly turned cold, and then he felt a strong piercing pain coming from his back. The middle-aged knight instantly wanted to turn around to deal with it, but it was too late. With one hit, Kyr's figure appeared. Next, it was time for her to perform. Her movements were full of artistic feeling, driven by the spiritual wings on her back. Her storm-like attacks brought a series of ear-piercing sounds of metal being pierced. The dark gold dagger's skill, penetration, erupted with tyrannical power. Although the middle-aged knight had desperately defended, he could not resist at all in front of Kyr's ghostly figure. From the beginning to the end, he did not even have the chance to summon his mount. Enough, stop! Ling Zhao's voice rang out. A black shadow flashed, and Kyr's figure, the dagger in her hand, also disappeared. His gaze returned to normal, and the murderous aura on his body retracted. The middle-aged knight, on the other hand, looked as if he was drunk. He swayed and spun around twice before barely managing to steady himself. A golden light flashed, and Ling Zhao appeared between the two. He looked at the middle-aged knight and said, "She had at least 7 chances to kill you. You've lost this round." The knight gasped for breath and said, How could she be so fast?" His cultivation base was extraordinary, with a spiritual power of 7,500. However, when faced with Kyr's attack, he felt powerless. In the beginning, he could still see Kyr's figure, but as time passed, he could only see a black shadow revolving around him. Ling Zhao calmly replied, "Young lad, your loss isn't unjust. Can't you see that from start to finish, he hasn't used a single powerful attack skill? As a tier 6 assassin, do you think she lacks such a skill?" The knight sighed, but he still stood up straight and saluted Kyr with a knight's salute before leaving dejectedly. Kyr also became the first person to enter the Dream Shrine. Ling Zhao looked at Kyr his eyes sparkling. He knew very well that Kai-Er's victory wasn't in terms of skills or cultivation. It was in terms of technique. When Kai-Er was in attack mode, she was like a flowing river, flowing unceasingly, making it impossible to defend against. Moreover, her attacks were so sharp that even a full-body defensive skill wouldn't last long in front of her. As expected of the reincarnation saintess, the competition continued. After 2 more rounds, it was Long Houchen's turn. Exchanging glances with Kai-Er, Long Houchen slowly stood up. Kai-Er's perception was something that even he had to sigh in admiration of. Her mercury-like attacks were precisely comprehended in the course of her battle with the red skeleton. Moreover, she made certain changes according to her own situation. The disciples taught by the same teacher would always have differences in ability. This was the change brought about by comprehension and one's own conditions. Weren't the 2 of them the ones who had the deepest understanding of the ancient martial skills? Long Houchen's opponent was a female summoner. She looked to be over 30 years old. Seeing Long Houchen's appearance, Ling Zhao's eyes lit up. On the other side, Han Qiu also sat up straight. Kai-Er's performance could already be described as stunning. What about Long Houchen? The female summoner's appearance was relatively ordinary. When she saw that her opponent was actually such a handsome young man, her eyes lit up. Smiling, she said, "Little brother, you have to go easy on me." Long Houchen knocked his right fist on the left side of his chest and gave a formal knight salute. "Please advise me." The summoner against the knight, both sides pulled away from each other by 50 meters. "Begin." Although the female summoner was smiling, she had no intention of going easy on her opponent. She raised the light blue long staff in her hand and chanted a few incantations. The crystal ball at the top of the staff shone brightly, and a silver hexagram quickly appeared in front of her. Roar! Amidst the roar, a snow-white leopard quietly appeared in front of her. It crouched down, and the female summoner mounted it. At the same time, she kept her eyes on Long Houchen. She wanted to see what kind of mount he would summon. However, to her surprise, Long Houchen did not summon his mount. Instead, he charged towards her with large strides. He did not summon his mount. The female summoner's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. The white leopard beneath her had already begun to run. This white leopard was extremely fast. It suddenly charged forward, like a white flash of lightning. The female summoner's rhythmic chanting also sounded. Seeing the white leopard's speed, Long Houchen did not continue to charge. He knew very well that with his speed, he would not be able to catch up with his opponent. He simply stopped and watched the woman silently. At the same time, a golden light flashed, and the light elemental fairy, Yiting, appeared behind him amidst the low exclamations of the spectating demon hunters. Yiting, who had evolved twice, was far from being comparable to an ordinary elemental fairy. Her 4 wings spread out and quietly floated behind Long Houchen, adding a bit of power to him. The female summoner's second summoning spell was completed. Accompanied by a low roar, a giant bear covered in flames walked out of the summoning circle. With a roar, it charged straight in the direction of Long Houchen. The Inferno Bear was the strongest among the level 6 magical beasts. Although a level 6 magical beast was only equivalent to a level 5 professional, this fellow's strength was comparable to the level of a level 6 beginner warrior using all his spiritual energy. After releasing the Inferno Bear, the female summoner was visibly relieved. With the white leopard and the Inferno Bear, at least she did not have to worry about being defeated by Long Houchen's surprise attack. Long Houchen stood motionless, with blue rain and hibiscus of light in his right hand and light's punishment in his left hand. Both swords were pointed diagonally to the ground as he quietly watched the Inferno Bear charge towards him. The Inferno Bear's huge body was more than 3 meters long, and it was about to reach Long Houchen. A pair of huge bear paws were raised, and with a roar, it slapped towards Long Houchen with all its might. As expected of the strongest level 6 magical beast, a pair of bare paws actually made a sonic boom in the air. At this moment, Long Houchin moved his body. He slightly squatted, and with his left foot on the ground, his whole body quickly rushed to the right. His body was like a leopard cat nimbly leaping out. His movement did not seem very fast, but it was almost a hair's breadth away from the Inferno Bear's bare paws. It was precisely because his speed was not fast that the Inferno Bear's bare paws slapped down even more recklessly. With a bang, the pair of bare paws had already smashed into the ground. At this moment, Long Houchin had already leaped to the side of the bear's body. No one clearly saw when Long Houchin changed his grip on Light's punishment to a backhand grip. Before the Inferno Bear could straighten its back, Light's punishment had already pierced into its back. At the same time, Long Houchin directly used his wrist as a leverage, and his body floated upwards. Blue rain and hibiscus of light brought about a golden halo of light. The light was completely contained in the blade, and it seemed to be very light as it lightly swept across the Inferno Bear's neck. Because the light's punishment had pierced into its back, the Inferno Bear's movement of raising its head and roaring in intense pain was just like sending its neck right in front of blue rain and hibiscus of light. In the next moment, its roar had already been completely submerged in its throat. With a light tap of his toes on the back of the Inferno Bear, Long Houchin had already floated 5 meters away. At this moment, the huge body of the Inferno Bear crashed to the ground like a mountain of gold and jade toppling over a jade pillar. The huge bear's head rolled far away. At this moment, the whole place was silent. Everyone stared at Long Houchin with wide eyes. If Kai-Er's attack was said to be too fast for them to see clearly, then at this moment, Long Houchin's attack brought the most direct shock to them. From the moment he leaped out to the end, every move could be said to be perfectly linked. When the last move was completed, a level 6 magical beast had already fallen. The speed at which he killed the bear was even faster than the summoning magic of the female summoner. If one had to describe his battle just now, then perhaps only the word perfect could be used. Kai-Er's attack was like quicksilver flowing water. Then Long Houchin's attack was like an unobstructed flowing cloud. This was a battle technique from the ancient times. Long Houchin's perception was amazing. His understanding of the Red Skeleton's fighting style was far above that of Kai-Er. It wasn't that Kai-Er's perception was inferior to his, but because the Red Skeleton's fighting style was more like a knight than an assassin. Including the last strike, Long Houchin completely compressed the spiritual power that should have erupted from the glorious sun outside into blue rain and hibiscus of light. This was also learned from the Red Skeleton. Otherwise, the strong body of the Inferno Bear would not be so easily cut open even with a ripple of light. You should admit defeat, Long Houchin said to the female summoner not far away, who was unable to cast a second summoning magic in time because of the shock of the scene just now. How could this be? The female summoner looked at Long Houchin in a daze, her eyes filled with disbelief. The Inferno Bear was a magical beast that she often summoned, and she was very clear about its strength. However, in front of this young knight who was full of sunshine, it only lasted for 2 seconds. To be precise, it only took Long Houchin 2 seconds to kill it. This was completely beyond the female summoner's understanding. When did the knight's fighting skills become so strong? Moreover, she didn't even see what skills Long Houchin used. No, I will never admit defeat. Even if I can't beat you, you can't catch up to me either. At most, we will be tied, the female summoner said stubbornly. Long Houchin sighed in his heart. Could he really not catch up to her? If it was before the 6th rank, perhaps this female summoner's words could be realized. But now, a dazzling golden light bloomed from Long Houchin's back, and the dazzling spirit wings spread out in an instant. In the next moment, the spirit wings flapped, and Long Houchin's body flew towards the female summoner like lightning. Kai, could accelerate with the help of the spirit wings, so how could Long Houchin not? However, the female summoner was indeed stubborn. She seemed to have thought that Long Houchin might use the spirit wings to accelerate, and at the same time he released the spirit wings, the female summoner also released a pair of pure white spirit wings. The spirit wings flapped almost at the same time as Long Houchin, helping her white leopard to increase its speed and leap to the side. However, what she didn't know was that Long Houchin didn't really need to rush in front of her. The intense white light rushed forth in a flash, and the female summoner only felt a huge pulling force suddenly appear on her body. She was immediately unable to sit steadily on the white leopard's back, and with a cry of alarm, her body was directly sent flying. What welcomed her was naturally Long Houchin's twin swords. The saint's spiritual stove's pulling ability had also increased the distance to 50 meters along with the saint's spiritual stove's second evolution. If it was in the wilderness, the female mage might have been able to persevere for a while, but this was the training field, a circular field. If Long Houchin wanted to get within 50 meters of her, it was simply too easy. The twin swords lightly tapped on her shoulder, and with a light tug on her robe, Long Houchin had already brought the female summoner to a steady stop. Sorry, I won. The female summoner gnashed her teeth as she looked at Long Houchin, but in the depths of her eyes there was a trace of fear. Was this young knight really only at the 6th rank? Wasn't his strength a bit too strong? It must be known that this female summoner's spiritual power had already exceeded 8,000, but she hadn't even been able to release her most powerful summoned beast, and she had already lost the match. Long Houchin naturally wouldn't go and investigate what she was thinking. In his heart, there were only 4 words: fantasy paradise. Clenching the twin swords in his hands, Long Houchin looked towards his companions on the stage, and in his heart he secretly said, "Fantasy paradise, here I come." Chapter 106. After more than a month of rest, the southern pass had regained some of its vitality. However, the scars on the city walls were still a reminder that not long ago, this place had suffered a near-destructive battle. At this time, the atmosphere outside the southern pass was a bit strange. It could be said that all the elites in the city had come out. The Knights Templar's Temple Knight Corps, 3 Overlord class for King-class monster hunters, and hundreds of powerhouses from the 6 temples were all outside the southern pass. In the past month, the second batch of reinforcements from the Alliance had also arrived at the southern pass. Even if the demons made a big move, it would be enough to deal with them. Half of the damaged magic cannons had been repaired, and the more damaged ones would be replaced with new ones. Of course, this would take time. The temple master of the Temple of the Priests, Ling Xiao, and the deputy temple master of the Knights Templars, Han Qiu, stood in the middle of the team and looked into the distance. Behind them were 10 young men in martial attire. Long Houchin and Kai Er were among these 10 people. The selection competition had already ended, and Long Houchin and Kai Er had obtained the qualifications to enter the illusory temple to search for the illusory paradise with their stunning performance. Today was the day, and it was time to go to that mysterious place. "They're here," Han Qiu said in a low voice. In the distance, an invisible pressure slowly appeared. Then, everyone saw a dark cloud quickly floating towards them. Long Houchin looked into the distance and couldn't help but gasp. It wasn't a dark cloud, but a huge black dragon flying in the sky. Demon Emperor's Black Dragon Guard had actually come in person, and there were a lot of them. The dark cloud gradually approached and slowly swooped down, landing 1,000 meters away from the Temple League. Long Houchin did a quick count. There were 30 black dragons, and the largest one was more than 40 meters long. On their backs, there were dozens of other demons. Those that could be carried by the Black Dragon Guard were obviously not ordinary demons. After the 30 black dragons landed, a strong dark aura hit them. Their bodies rapidly shrunk under the cover of the dark light. In the blink of an eye, they had turned into strong human figures. They walked towards the Temple League with the other demons. Walking in front was a tall and burly middle-aged man with thick eyebrows and phoenix eyes. He was the incarnation of the strongest black dragon. Seeing him, Ling Xiao's expression couldn't help but change. Surprisingly, the two people following him were not from the Black Dragon Guards. Instead, they were two extremely handsome middle-aged men with purple hair and purple eyes. Long Haochen had actually seen these two people before. It was precisely because he had seen them before that he was even more shocked. They were two of the 4 great demon kings from the Moon Demon Palace. Surprisingly, the two people following him weren't from the Black Dragon Guard. Instead, they were two extremely handsome, middle-aged men with purple hair and eyes. Behind these 3 were the Black Dragon Praetorian Guards and the Lunar Devil Clan's elites. There were also 10 people with strange orange hair and orange eyes. They looked like humans, but they gave off an illusory feeling. Star demons. They were star demons. Looking at them, Long Haochen guessed the identity of these strange people. The star demon was the great prophet of the demons, and his people were the best magicians among the demons. They were rare among the high-level demons who didn't practice both magic and martial arts. But because of this, their magic was even more terrifying. No one expected that the top 3 demons would all send out their powerhouses for the matter of Fantasy Paradise. With this lineup, if they wanted to attack the Southern Pass, they might have a chance. Between these demons were 10 young demons. Judging from the color of their hair, they weren't from the same race. Since they were still far away and the demons in front of them were blocking their view, they couldn't see clearly. Soon, these demons arrived in front of the Temple League. The strong man leading the Black Dragon Guard said in a deep voice, "I am a subordinate of the Demon Emperor, Black Dragon Guard, Commander Huang Shuo. Which one of you can make the decision? Come out and speak." Ling Xiao snorted coldly. "Temple of the Priest's Temple, Master Ling Xiao. What? Not a single demon god came today. Did they only send some lackeys?" Although the enemy was powerful, as the administrator of one of the 6 great temples of the Temple League, how could he be willing to be at a disadvantage? That's right, the demons didn't send a single demon god this time. However, the majority of the demons in front of him had strength comparable to the demon gods, ranked 36th or lower. It had to be known that the Demon Emperor had sent 1/10 of the Black Dragon Guard. This was the Demon Emperor's most fundamental strength. Black Dragon Guard Commander Huang Shuo said indifferently, "There's no point in arguing. According to the agreement, let's get down to business. His Majesty has always been magnanimous. We have fulfilled our promise. Now it's your turn." Ling Xiao didn't let down his guard just because the other side didn't respond. Instead, he felt a chill in his heart. This Black Dragon Guard commander was so calm. He wasn't an easy character to deal with. "Come with us." As he spoke, Ling Xiao waved his hand behind him. Immediately, several enormous blue figures slowly walked out from the side. Their enormous weight made their footsteps sound extremely heavy. Blue Rock, 7th rank demon beast. However, their offensive and defensive capabilities weren't strong. What was strong was their bodies. They were even larger than the Black Dragon Guard Commander Huang Shuo. They were best at long-distance flight and carrying heavy objects. Among the 6 major temples, only the Temple of the Priests had tamed this kind of demon beast. After all, priests were physically weaker. If they were to travel long distances without a suitable mount, it would be more difficult. A total of 10 blue rocks walked over and prostrated on the ground. Under Ling Xiao's lead, the human demon beasts climbed onto the backs of the blue rocks. The blue rocks spread their wings and flew straight north. The Black Dragon Guard also transformed back into their original form of black dragons. Carrying the demon beasts followed closely behind. They maintained a distance of about 1,000 meters behind the blue rocks. Among the 10 people chosen by the Alliance, other than Long Haochen and Kai, there was one that Long Haochen recognized. It was the General Level 8th rank Monster Hunters Commander Zhang Fangfang. He turned out to be at the peak of the 6th rank. He had overcome all the obstacles along the way and finally advanced. At this time, Long Haochen's mood wasn't calm. Just when Ling Xiao and Huang Shuo were talking, he saw two familiar faces, and he was sure that the other party had seen him. Yu Yi and Ling Xiao. They were actually in the demon's operation this time. Moreover, based on Long Haochen's understanding of them, there was no doubt that they were also going to enter fantasy paradise this time. Long Haochen knew Ye's identity. She could also guess Leng Xiao's identity. However, she didn't expect Leng Xiao to have such a high status among the demons. Leng Xiao was an enemy. His life and death had nothing to do with them. However, Yu Yi was their collaborator. It could be said that if it weren't for Yu Yi, their chances of completing the Dread Howling Cave mission would have been reduced by at least half. Especially on the return journey, it was with Yu Ye's help that they could return so smoothly without any changes. Having such a collaborator among the demons was undoubtedly a great thing for the 21st General Rank Monster Hunters. There were still many opportunities for cooperation in the future. The situation in Fantasy Paradise wasn't as wonderful as its name suggested. It wasn't until yesterday that Ling Xiao solemnly explained several key points in Fantasy Paradise to the people who participated in this operation. These key points were explored at the cost of countless lives. Kai, whispered, Long Haochen, don't worry. We'll just help her when the time comes. Huh. Long Haochen looked at Kai in surprise. Kai said faintly, I used the spiritual stove of Samsara to activate the sword of Samsara in her body. Her life and death are always in my hands. I'm not afraid of her playing any tricks. This woman is very important to our future operation. We can't let her die like this. Kai's words also helped Long Haochen make up his mind. He nodded slightly and nodded at her. The Dream Shrine was located in a forest 120 kilometers north of the Southern Guard Pass. Regardless of whether it was the Azure Rock or the Black Dragon, 120 kilometers was nothing to them. In the distance, a large expanse of dense primeval forest had already appeared in their line of sight. Looking down at the vegetation in the forest from the sky, one could feel the enormity of it. A primeval forest of this scale could only appear after thousands of years of reproduction. Under Ling Xiao's signal, the Azure Rock slowly landed outside the forest. Everyone got off the Azure Rock's back, and so did the demons on the other side. Huang Shuo walked over with the two moon devils and asked in a deep voice, Why don't you just fly in? Ling Xiao snorted coldly, You can try. This is where the Dream Shrine is located. The Dream Shrine was left behind by the Goddess of Nature. This forest is also protected by the Goddess of Nature. You want to fly in directly? You can't do it. Maybe the Demon Emperor himself can do it. Huang Shuo said calmly, Then let's go. Both sides brought their own people and walked into the fantasy forest ahead. The moment they entered the forest, the air suddenly changed. It wasn't as simple as being fresh. The refreshing fragrance seemed to cleanse their souls, and the indescribable sense of tranquility in their eyes made them feel especially comfortable. The chirping of insects and birds in the forest were especially clear. The water, earth, and light magic elements became extremely dense. Long Haochen felt it the most. As soon as he stepped into the dream forest, he immediately felt the warmth of returning home. It was as if everything here was so beautiful and close. Every blade of grass and tree was smiling at him. The light elements softly circled around him, and the water and earth elements gently nourished his body. In this wonderful state, Long Haochen felt as if his soul was being cleansed, and all his worries and frustrations disappeared along with it. Faintly, a layer of transparent light, golden luster, appeared on his skin. The call of nature made his body feel a little light. Kai was next to Long Haochen and immediately felt the change in his body. She also had a similar feeling, but compared to Long Houchen, it was a lot worse. Long Houchen had the constitution of the Son of Light. No plant could grow without light. The call of nature was not just a saying, but it was a powerful magic. However, it was also the mildest kind of magic. Those that were suitable for it would be greatly enhanced, and those that were not would be weakened. At this time, Long Houchen was like Kai, or when he first entered the Tower of Eternity. However, his heart wasn't enlightened, it was just cleansing. Everything about him, whether it was his body or his spiritual power, seemed to become purer under the cleansing of the call of nature. All the impurities quietly disappeared between breaths. Compared to them, the demons didn't feel so good. They could see that the demons began to emit layers of black demonic energy to resist the invasion of the call of nature. They all frowned. If it wasn't for Huang Shuo restraining them, they would have destroyed the surrounding plants. Nature was a world full of life, but darkness was full of silence and gloom. It was inevitable that the two were incompatible. Huang Shuo said to Ling Xiao, "Let's hurry up. My people and I don't like this place. If we stay here for too long, I can't guarantee that I can restrain them." Ling Xiao said calmly, "Then you can try. Although we are temporarily cooperating. Since you have done what you promised, we won't play any tricks. I repeat, this is the place where the goddess of nature once lived. If you act rashly and destroy the natural environment here, you will not be able to enter the divine nature palace because of the backlash. It's not that we didn't keep our promise." Huang Shuo's brows furrowed, but he quickly returned to normal. He nodded and did not say anything else. The path in the fantasy forest was rugged, but it didn't affect the movement of these powerhouses. Before they set off, Ling Xiao repeatedly reminded the people of the Temple League not to destroy the plants here, no matter what. Otherwise, they would be hostile to the fantasy forest. The deeper they went, the stronger the call of nature became. If it were ordinary demons, they might not be able to resist the continuous consumption of call of nature. But this time it could be said that they were all rank 9 powerhouses, so they naturally had their own ways. At least for the time being, there were no problems. Ling Xiao didn't plan to do anything in the fantasy forest. One reason was because of the deal between the two parties. Although the demons and humans were mortal enemies, both parties had made deals under certain circumstances in history. But in history, both sides had made deals under certain circumstances. At least until now, neither side had gone back on their word. Once this happened, they might not be able to make deals in the future. Therefore, whether it was the human race or the demon race, they all guarded this bottom line. Moreover, the situation in the Dream Temple wasn't that peaceful. Ling Xiao didn't think that the demons who entered this time could get away with it. So what if he let them in? After walking for more than 2 hours, the front suddenly opened up, and the originally dense forest turned into a large area of shrubs. The moment their line of sight opened up, even the demons let out a series of exclamations. Yes, this place was really beautiful. This was an ocean of plants, but also an ocean of flowers. As far as the eye could see, the shrubs, which were only about 1 meter tall, occupied an area of at least 10,000 square meters. At the top of these shrubs, there were all kinds of flowers which were beautiful and exceptionally enchanting. Every step they took, they could smell a different flower fragrance. Moreover, there was a layer of faint mist in the air, making the sunlight from the sky less dazzling. A hazy yet gentle halo rippled in this world of flowers, worthy of the word dream. In the middle of this ocean of flowers, there was a small lake. The lake wasn't big, only about 200 meters in diameter. A rich water elemental aura, accompanied by an even richer aura of life, slowly spread out from there. Ling Xiao stopped and looked at the lake not far away. "We're here. This is the place." Huang Shuo looked at him doubtfully and asked, "Where is the Dream Temple?" Ling Xiao said, "It's in this lake." "HM?" Huang Shuo said in a low voice, "Are we going to have to dive into the water?" He didn't have any objections to diving. The black dragon race didn't reject water and could even transform into a dragon in the water. Ling Xiao snorted in disdain. Diving into the water can indeed enter the Dream Temple, but you can try. What does it mean that the Dream Temple only opens once every 100 years? If it was as simple as diving, would we have to wait for 100 years? Huang Shuo asked doubtfully, "What's in the water? Is it a seal?" Ling Xiao said, "Why should I tell you?" As he spoke, he raised his right hand and opened it in front of Huang Shuo. Huang Shuo's expression changed slightly, but he still took something out and placed it in Ling Xiao's palm. Ling Xiao's usually tense face revealed a rare smile when he saw that item. He said calmly, "Fine, I'll tell you. An ancient powerhouse lives in this lake. It's said that it was the protector of the goddess of nature. It has lived here for at least tens of thousands of years. If you're not afraid of death, you can dive into the water and take a look. You can experience the power of this ancient powerhouse." Huang Shuo said in surprise, "An ancient magical beast? Do you know what kind it is?" Ling Xiao raised his right hand again. Han Qiu had already turned his head away, pretending not to see, but he couldn't hide the smile in his eyes. Huang Shuo said angrily, "Don't go too far." Ling Xiao's face revealed a trace of innocence. "You don't have to ask." Suppressing his anger, Huang Shu once again took out the same item and placed it in Ling Xiao's hand. "Speak." Ling Xiao's expression changed slightly. After pondering for a moment, he said, "There's no harm in telling you. There's a fairy dragon living in this lake. It's a fairy dragon that has lived for tens of thousands of years." Huang Shu sucked in a breath of cold air, but the anger on his face quickly calmed down. He nodded and said, "Many thanks." Ling Xiao felt that something was amiss. This guy actually took out 2 pieces of dragon paste, so easily just to exchange 2 pieces of information with him. From the looks of it, he didn't seem to feel that he was at a disadvantage. Could there be a problem? He couldn't help but feel a little regretful. But it was too late for regrets now that he had spoken. Huang Shuo said, "Since there's a fairy dragon in the lake, how do we enter the Dream Temple?" Ling Xiao said, "The Dream Temple will open in a day at most. At that time, it will automatically rise to the surface of the lake, and there will be a passage connecting it to the shore. We just have to walk over." Huang Shuo nodded slightly and said, "Then let's wait." As he said that, he led the group of demons to the side and sat down. After arriving at the lakeside where the Dream Temple existed, the erosion of nature's aura on them lessened. Over 100 demons found a place to sit together. It was very quiet. The Temple League was the same. Everyone sat down and quietly waited for the Dream Temple to open. Long Haochen inadvertently looked at the demons and saw you looking at him with her beautiful eyes. It wasn't just her. Lung Xiao was also looking at him. However, the 2 women's gazes were different. Yi smiled faintly. Her gaze was gentle and warm, as if she was looking at her own man. Lung Xiao, on the other hand, had a fierce look on his face. His ice-cold gaze seemed to want to pierce through Long Haochen. Ye's expression suddenly changed, and she turned her head away. It was because she felt Kai Er's gaze. Lung Xiao fearlessly looked at Long Haochen and Kai Er, and even waved his fist. Sitting in front of Lung Xiao and Yi was a young man. He seemed to be the leader of the demons who were preparing to enter the Dream Temple. He had a slender figure and looked to be in his 20s. Strangely, not only did he have a head of black hair, but he also had a pair of black eyes. He sat there quietly with his legs crossed, and the aura on his body was like nothingness without any movement. Long Haochen's gaze was naturally attracted to this black-haired, black-eyed young man. In the other party's calmness, he felt a strong threat. The young man seemed to feel Long Haochen's gaze and slowly turned his head. When their gazes met, Long Haochen saw nothingness, while the black-haired young man saw clarity. However, to their surprise, in this first state of eye contact, they didn't feel any hostility towards each other. It was as if they weren't born to be enemies. This black-haired, black-eyed young man was also very handsome. Looking at him, Long Houchin felt a sense of déjà vu, as if he had seen him somewhere before. The young man's gaze suddenly turned cold, and a sharp murderous intent flashed past. However, Long Houchin could feel that this murderous intent was forcefully released. There was only murderous intent, but no killing intent. What was going on? Could it be that he had seen him before? However, Long Houchin was very confident in his memory. In his memory, there wasn't a young man like this. Turning his head, Long Houchin no longer looked at the other party. He slowly closed his eyes. In this tranquil nature, the feeling of cleansing lingered. When others came here, they felt that the aura of nature had become faint, but it was the opposite for Long Houchin. He discovered that although the aura of nature here was very faint, it was extremely pure. The reason why it felt much weaker was because this pure aura of nature was repelled even by humans. It was as if humans were afraid of being contaminated with impurities and were unwilling to get close to them. However, the pure aura of nature quietly flowed into Long Houchin's body, cleansing and nourishing it. That strange feeling of enlightenment also appeared. Vaguely, Long Houchin felt as if he had grasped something. Gradually, his heart became more transparent. The boring weight didn't belong to Long Houchin. While he was comprehending, his body seemed to become a part of nature. He was like a plant, a piece of soil, or a puddle of water. Even Kaer, who was sitting beside him, felt that if she didn't use her eyes to look, Long Houchin seemed to have disappeared. Time passed second by second. Both parties were powerhouses who could endure loneliness, so they continued to wait quietly. The sky gradually darkened and night fell. The night was less warm, but it was more moist. A day and a night passed just like that. When the sky started to brighten, Huang Shuo slowly stood up and looked in Ling Zhao's direction. A day and a night had passed, but the dream temple still hadn't appeared. At that moment, a strange feeling suddenly spread in everyone's heart. Everyone who had been cultivating with their eyes closed open their eyes at the same time and looked in the direction of the aura. The surrounding air was slightly distorted, and the aura of nature suddenly became viscous. Every breath seemed to be sucking in a thick life force. Even the demons finally felt comfortable here. Faint ripples appeared in the lake in front of them. The ripples gradually grew larger, and in the middle of the lake, a spring sprayed several meters out of the water before rapidly expanding. The extremely rich life force seemed to be gathering in this direction from all directions. Dawn arrived, and the dream temple slowly rose from the lake at this time of dawn. Gradually, the top of the aquamarine palace emerged from the small lake. The clear lake water flowed down the top of the palace, and the palace was completely crystal clear green with a halo circulating around it. In the dim light of dawn, it shone brilliantly. As it gradually rose, the life force in this place became extremely rich. All the plants grew at an alarming rate, and the shrubs that were originally no more than a meter tall gradually surpassed the height of humans and demons. The fragrance of the flowers also became stronger. Finally, the aquamarine palace completely emerged from the water. At this moment, the sun had just risen from the east, and the orange light that looked like an egg yolk became the background of the divine nature temple. Faint water vapor circled around the divine nature temple and blended with the light brought by the sun in the sky. After being refracted by the aquamarine crystal of the divine nature temple, it transformed into a dreamy and moving scene. Light and water were the symbols of life itself. This was a shocking scene, and one that no one could bear to disturb. It was too beautiful, being able to see such a beautiful scene. Everyone seemed to have forgotten about the hidden dangers. The dream temple looked very special. Unlike any other building on the continent, it had no walls, and the top looked like it was made of layers of green crystals. The top layer was smaller, and it got bigger as it went down. The bottom layer stretched out in all directions, like the eaves of a house. Supporting the huge top were thick pillars. These pillars were at least 10 feet tall, and each pillar had to be surrounded by at least 3 people. Through the pillars, one could vaguely see a gentle green light. However, because the dream temple emitted a hazy light, one could not see clearly what was inside. In other words, this temple had neither walls nor doors. The entire temple was transparent. After a rough count, there were a total of 32 pillars on the front, and they could not be seen from the side. The thick life force spread out, giving people a feeling of tranquility. Long Houchin felt a slight warmth in his chest. The light elemental fairy, Yuting, floated out on her own. Looking at the huge temple in front of her, she slowly knelt down on a thick shrub and bowed from afar. Her beautiful eyes were filled with tears of excitement. Her mouth constantly muttered some unintelligible fairy language, and her body seemed to have become even more transparent. Although the elemental fairies believed in the elemental god, the light, water, and earth elements were extremely close to the goddess of nature. The goddess of nature could be said to be half their master. How could Yuting not be excited to return to the embrace of nature that was brimming with life force? She could clearly feel her life force rapidly rising, and the golden light on her body flowed like ripples. The light was fading, but her originally somewhat illusory and transparent body was becoming more and more solid, looking like a human. When Long Houchin had first obtained her, Yuting's life force had been greatly depleted. Relying on Long Houchin's child of light constitution, she was able to improve and complete 2 evolutions. However, her origin had received a considerable degree of damage, and she had been nourished by the saint's spiritual stove. But at this moment, in front of the goddess of nature's dream temple, her body was fully nourished, and the hidden injuries in her body were almost instantly healed by the rich life force. This also laid a solid foundation for her next evolution. A gentle green light spread in the air, and a strange scene appeared. Perhaps it was due to the influence of the enormous life force of the dream temple. The vegetation on the shore suddenly grew faster, especially the shrubs closest to the lake. They crazily grew and crawled toward the center of the dream temple. In an instant, the surface of the lake was completely covered by a layer of shrubs, and looking at the thick and sturdy appearance of the shrubs, they were presumably very tough. Speaking of which, these shrubs stopped growing until they reached the shore of the dream temple, as if they didn't dare to take another step. Ling Shao glanced at the Black Dragon Guard commander, Huang Shua, and said in a low voice, "You can enter. Inside, it's up to fate." Huang Shua nodded, and turned to look at the black-clothed youth who had previously looked at Long Houchin. The black-clothed youth slowly walked in front of him and lightly nodded his head. "Bao, be careful." The black-clothed youth simply replied. His toes touched the ground, and his body lightly floated out. Yu Yi Lung Shao and the other young experts of the demons who participated in this operation followed in a line. On the other side, the humans were the same. Long Houchin and Kaier were at the back of the team. Both sides had 10 people, and they were heading toward the Dream Temple from 2 different directions. The shrubs growing on the surface of the lake were very tough, and when they stepped on them, they felt like they were standing on solid ground. It was only a distance of 100 meters, but in the blink of an eye, both sides had already reached the shore. A bao. That person was called a bao. Long Houchin heard Huang Shua's words very clearly. He couldn't see through this black-clothed youth. However, to be able to be the leader of the other side, his strength and ability were most likely not to be underestimated. The 10 people from the Temple League did not have a clear leader, because once they entered the Dream Temple, they would have to do things on their own. Both sides were separated by about 10 meters, and they each walked through the gaps between the thick pillars of the Dream Temple. When they actually arrived in front of the temple, the previously dense life aura had faded, and the temple in front of them gave off an illusory feeling. Fresh air blew against their faces, without any impurities, but it also did not have the previous plant fragrance. Vaguely, it made people feel that there was something special and strange about this place. Long Houchin pulled Kayer's hand and followed behind the others, walking toward the inside of the temple. He said in a low voice, "Kayer, after we enter, our first task is to gather together. If we encounter any danger, don't try to be brave. Activate the dream gem and leave dream paradise." Seeing the deep concern in his eyes, Kayer's lips, which were hidden under the veil, curled into a charming smile. She said softly, "Don't worry. Because of you, I won't do things my own way." Long Houchin put his arm around her waist, and the two of them walked into the dream temple. They were also the last to enter. After entering the dream temple, all they saw was green, boundless green. What they saw was a dreamy green. Apart from green, there was nothing else. The gentle green light was like the most primitive form of life, fluctuating slightly as if it was breathing. According to what Ling Xiao had told them, as long as they walked into this green light, they would officially enter dream paradise. They took a step forward, and with a flash of light, Long Houchin and Kayer disappeared into the green light. As soon as they entered the light, Long Houchin immediately felt a gentle, spiritual power wrap around him, and Kayer, who had been holding his hand, disappeared. The greenery around him grew thicker, but everything seemed to be sweeping past him. It was as if they were riding on a flying magic beast and flying through the clouds. Long Houchin closed his eyes and silently sensed the changes in his surroundings. He discovered that his spiritual power was unable to leave the gentle energy protecting him. Not long after, his eyes suddenly opened up, and he subconsciously took a step forward. He had already arrived in another world. The sounds of insects and birds could be heard, accompanied by a refreshing fragrance. Outside the dream temple, Han Qiu quietly walked into the temple night and came to the side of a tall temple knight. He said in a low voice, "Long Houchin has already entered. With his intelligence and the protection of the dream gem, he shouldn't be in any danger. Are you going to wait here for him, or are you going to do something else?" If Ying Suifeng and Ling Xiao heard his respectful tone, they would definitely be shocked, because these temple knight were all wearing mithril foundation battle armor. Their appearances couldn't be seen. A deliberately lowered voice said, "It's fine, I'll wait here for him to come out. The demons have a lot of experts, and with me here, I believe they won't dare to act rashly. Huang Shua has already sensed my presence. He has an extremely high status in the Black Dragon Guard, and is the Demon Emperor's true confidant. His strength is comparable to the top 10 demon gods, and besides the Demon Emperor himself and the Star and Moon Demon gods, no one else can say for sure that they can defeat him. Without my intimidation, I'm afraid that guy will make a move." Chapter 107. If it weren't for the 20 balls of light flying in all directions in the distant sky, Long Houchin would have thought that he had returned to the dream forest. The green light had disappeared and turned into a pale green ball of light floating behind him. Ling Xiao told him that if he wanted to return to the dream temple, he needed to inject at least 5,000 spiritual power into the ball of light. After the infusion of spiritual power, he would have to undergo the final test of the dream paradise. Only those who passed could return smoothly. However, if he used the dream gem, he would return directly. The 20 balls of light in the distant sky instantly attracted Long Houchin's attention. Of course, he knew what they were. Ling Xiao carefully told them that these balls of light were the spiritual stoves that appeared in the dream temple. They would appear the moment they entered the dream paradise and then scatter to various locations in the dream paradise. Therefore, it was the best time to observe their position. However, Long Houchin didn't follow them immediately. He only took a careful look and roughly memorized the direction of the balls of light. He stood in place and urged the spiritual power in his body to rush to his chest. Frankly speaking, Long Houchin was very nervous at this time. He wasn't sure if he could contact the Tower of Eternity in the dream paradise. After all, this was a place left behind by the goddess of nature, and the Tower of Eternity was created by the necromancer. Even if he guessed that the Tower of Eternity itself was a divine artifact, it was definitely inferior to the goddess of nature. In this case, it was hard to say if he could contact the Tower of Eternity through the dream paradise. If he failed, the previous arrangements would be useless. This was also an important reason why Long Houchin came here with Kai, and didn't let Kai, give up the competition. If Kai entered the dream paradise with him, even if they couldn't contact the Tower of Eternity, at least two of them would come in and fight for more spiritual stoves. On the other hand, if he was alone, he definitely couldn't take more. This was related to the final test and crisis that Ling Xiao had sternly warned them about. A faint light flashed, and Long Houchin's eyes revealed a cold divine light. A golden halo began to spread from his chest. It was the eternal melody. In this fantasy paradise, there were 4 types of elements: light element, water element, earth element, and the rare wood element. It was a special element that belonged to nature. The wood element was especially powerful in places where there were plants. On the other hand, it would be greatly weakened. It was also known as the life element. Most of the spiritual stoves scattered in the air just now were of these 4 attributes. At this time, under the attraction of the eternal melody, dense light elements rushed towards Long Houchin. The burning heat in his chest became more and more intense, and everything around him became illusory. Long Houchin felt the changes in his body nervously. Maybe it was because he was in the dream paradise, but this time he actually felt the process of the rules of space being destroyed. The dense light elements released by the eternal melody were quietly opening a door. Moreover, in the process of opening this space door, it was completely in accordance with the rules of the fluctuations of the light elements in the dream paradise. It gave people the feeling that this door itself was a part of the dream paradise. The space door slowly opened, but Long Houchin's spiritual power was also being consumed at an alarming rate. In the past, when he opened the passage to the Tower of Eternity, he didn't consume any spiritual power. But this time, almost half of his spiritual power was consumed in an instant, and it was still increasing. The feeling of being out of control made Long Houchin's forehead start to ooze cold sweat. The situation he didn't want to see the most was to exhaust all his spiritual power and still not be able to complete the communication with the Tower of Eternity. Fortunately, his luck was good. Just when his spiritual power was about 1,000, his figure suddenly became illusory. With a flash of golden light, he disappeared into thin air. The next moment, the familiar smell of death filled the air and surrounded his body. But the eternal melody also began to quickly absorb the exclusive light elements of the Tower of Eternity to help him restore his spiritual power. Success! Long Houchin was overjoyed and quickly walked into the Tower of Eternity. His companions were already waiting here. They all came in their best state. After waiting in this place, filled with the smell of death for so long, they were already a little anxious. Seeing Long Houchin appear, they were naturally elated. "Boss, it's done." Sima Xian asked eagerly. Long Houchin nodded and said, "It should be no problem. It's just that the process of teleportation needs to consume a lot of my spiritual power. Teleportation with you may also increase the consumption. I'll first recover my cultivation, then we'll go immediately. Time waits for no man." Those people in fantasy paradise must have already started to take action. If they didn't hurry, they might fall into the hands of others. After all, there were only so many spiritual stoves, and no one would be satisfied with just one. Sitting cross-legged, Long Houchin fully opened up his spiritual power and quickly restored his spiritual power. However, even with his cultivation, without Yu Ting's help, it took him a full hour to restore the spiritual power he had previously consumed. "Come on, Lin Xin, give me some more great recovery pills. I don't know how much spiritual power it will take to teleport you back." After receiving the great recovery pills from Lin Xin, Long Houchin led his companions out of the Tower of Eternity and immediately activated the teleportation. As he expected, it was equally difficult to teleport back, and the consumption was great. After taking 6 great recovery pills and exhausting their own spiritual power, they were finally teleported back under the illusory golden light. The light flashed, and the rich and fresh air suddenly blew into their faces. Everyone's spirit was lifted. Is this fantasy paradise? It's really beautiful. Chun-Ing said with a face full of admiration. Long Hao-Chen said, "Follow me closely. We must immediately rush to find the spiritual stoves. It's a little late now. I hope our luck is good. Let's go." As he spoke, he didn't even rest to restore his spiritual power. He immediately led his companions to identify a direction and quickly moved forward. At the same time, the light elemental spirit Yiting was also released by him to help him restore his spiritual power. In an environment like Fantasy Paradise, his speed of restoring spiritual power was much faster than in the Tower of Eternity. With the dual effects of Eternal Melody and Yiting, plus his own spiritual aperture, he didn't need to deliberately rest. After all, he only consumed spiritual power, but his spirit was still strong. The direction that Long Hao-Chen chose was very particular because, in his previous observation, it was obviously impossible to remember the attributes of so many spiritual stoves in an instant. But he could remember the direction that most of the spiritual stoves flew to. At this time, he chose the direction that had the most spiritual stoves flying to, and it seemed that the distance between them wasn't too big, which made it possible for them to find more spiritual stoves. Long Hao-Chen found that when his companions followed him here, each of them also had a green light ball next to them. Obviously, after obtaining the spiritual stoves here, it was impossible to use the Tower of Eternity to teleport everyone away, because once they obtained the spiritual stoves, it was equivalent to completing the communication with the Dream Temple, and they had to pass the test of the Dream Temple before they could leave this place. This was because once they obtained the spiritual stoves, it was equivalent to completing the communication with the Dream Temple, and they had to pass the test of the Dream Temple before they could leave this place. This problem had also been considered by Long Hao-Chen. If everyone obtained the spiritual stoves and passed the test, then before leaving the Dream Temple, they would be teleported to the Tower of Eternity. The demons were watched by the Alliance, so they didn't dare to rashly approach the Dream Temple. According to Ling Zhao's grandfather, the Dream Temple had a very strict limit of 10,000 spiritual power points. In the past, there was a rank 9 powerhouse who almost died here, but luckily he was able to escape in time. Although Kai wasn't here at this time, the 6 of them naturally maintained their usual battle formation. Long Hao-Chen was in front, Sima Xian and Wang Yuanyuan were on the left and right, Lin Xian and Qining were in the middle, and Han Yu was at the back. Dream Paradise could really be said to be heaven on earth. Everywhere they passed, all kinds of rare plants could be seen. Lin Xian called everyone to stop and pick some precious plants that he recognized from time to time. Looking at his beaming face, it was obvious that they had a good harvest. Long Hao-Chen didn't rush him. For his companions, the first priority in entering Dream Paradise was to ensure that everyone returned safely, and then think of ways to obtain some benefits. These herbs could be obtained directly, so naturally they had to be picked first. As for the spiritual stoves, that would depend on luck. Just like that, everyone walked and stopped. Since they had identified a direction, they just had to keep moving forward. Sure enough, it was impossible to fly in Dream Paradise. Even Yiting, who could completely integrate into the environment here, could only fly about 5 meters at most before she would be restrained and fall. However, her existence was of great help to Long Hao-Chen. After coming here, Yiting's ability seemed to have been strengthened to a certain extent. At the very least, the effect of the previous spirit gathering halo was nearly twice as good as usual. In less than a quarter of an hour, Long Hao-Chen's consumed spiritual power was all replenished. Moreover, through Yiting, Long Hao-Chen's perception could be enhanced exponentially, and he could feel the spiritual power fluctuations within a radius of at least a kilometer. Strange and precious plants, as well as a clear stream, shuttled through the forest. From time to time, a faint mist appeared, and every time it brought hazy beauty to everyone. The mist was not a combination of dust and water, but a true pure liquid element. The light element's mist was pale gold, the wood element's was pale green, the water element's was pale blue, and the earth element's was pale yellow. Occasionally, colors representing other attributes could be seen. It was like a dream and exceptionally moving. Moreover, if one walked into the mist of the same attribute as one's, they would immediately feel refreshed. The spiritual power in their body fluctuated violently, and there was even a faint effect of improvement. It gave people a feeling that they couldn't wait to sit down and cultivate. Unfortunately, this mist of light could float, and it was very difficult to sit down and absorb it. Only Long Houchin was an exception, because he didn't need to absorb anything himself. Yiting could directly absorb it in the light golden mist of the light attribute. In just a short while, she had already absorbed 3 balls of light golden mist. Her body, which had almost materialized, was thick and bright gold. Pure light elements were constantly transmitted into Long Houchin's body through the contract connection between her and Long Houchin. Long Houchin was surprised to find that under such circumstances, his spiritual power was increasing all the time. Although it wasn't very fast, it was still much faster than normal cultivation. Unfortunately, illusory paradise opened once every 100 years, and it was only open for 3 days. Otherwise, if he could cultivate in this environment, he believed that he would be able to break through to the 7th rank in less than a year. As they continued forward, everyone's mood gradually calmed down. This place was really too beautiful. Even a boy like Wang Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, if every mission could be carried out in this environment, then there wouldn't be a need to rest at all. The colorful mist of light, set off by the rare plants, made people unable to look too far, but the comfortable and leisurely feeling made everyone want to stay here forever. But Long Houchin clearly didn't have this intention. It wasn't that he didn't appreciate the environment here, but because he was more worried about Kai. He always felt a little empty in his heart when Kai wasn't with him. Suddenly, Long Houchin stopped in his tracks and made a stop gesture to his companions. His eyes narrowed slightly as he concentrated on feeling something. There's a strong spiritual fluctuation in front of us on the left. It seems that someone is fighting. Let's go and take a look. Everyone, pay attention to hiding and listen to my orders. At this point, Long Houchin couldn't help but flash a cold, murderous intent. His companions were brought in by the Tower of Eternity. The demons didn't know, and this matter must not be known to the demons as much as possible. Otherwise, he was afraid that it would provoke another war between the Alliance and the demons. Therefore, before he set off, he told his companions that once they were discovered by the demons, they were to kill the opponent immediately. They even had to do it before collecting the spiritual stove. Quietly moving forward, Wang Yuan released some spatial spiritual power to isolate the airflow in the air. Han Yu had quietly summoned his evil eye. Long Houchin's perception of weak spiritual power had a range of 1 kilometer. In the state of battle, he could feel the violent fluctuations of spiritual power from at least 2 kilometers away. The further they went, the denser the bushes and trees became. Gradually, the sound of battle had reached everyone's ears. At this time, Long Houchin stopped and made a gesture to his companions, telling them to hide and wait for his orders. Then he released Blue Rain, Hibiscus of Light, and took Light's punishment. With 2 swords in both hands, he quietly sneaked in the direction of the sound. Although he was not an assassin, he could still hide his aura with precise control of spiritual power. The closer he got, the clearer his perception became. It was just ahead. In a flash, Long Houchin quickly climbed up a big tree. In the process of climbing, he found that even if he was climbing a tree, there would be a solid pressure in the air after climbing more than 5 meters, causing his spiritual power to continue to be consumed. But now was not the time to care so much. When he was near the top of the tree, he finally saw who the two sides were from the gaps of the uneven branches and leaves. On one side was a young demon's. This demon's looked ferocious. It could be said that he was the ugliest one among the 10 demons who entered the space before. But he was also the tallest one. He was more than 3 meters tall, with a pair of huge black wings on his back. He had a green face and fangs, holding a heavy sword that shone with green flames. Needless to say, this must be an important figure among the demons. This time, he also came on behalf of the demons. But his opponent was not a human powerhouse from the Temple League, but a strange demon beast. This demon beast was also tall and strong. It was actually a gorilla with glossy black fur. Its body was a bit stronger than that of the demon. Its whole body emitted a thick yellow light, and each attack was particularly heavy. The spiritual power fluctuation that Long Houchin felt before was mainly its earth attribute. At this time it was going all out, and unexpectedly it was hard to distinguish between the two. It seemed that the strength of the two sides was about the same, and their speed was not very fast. But the fight was unusually fierce, almost completely a head-on collision. The gorilla's weapon was its pair of arms, and each time it collided with the young demon, the sound of metal clashing would be heard. But that was, after all, its body and not a real weapon. Relying on the green flame-heavy sword, the young demon still had a certain upper hand, and each attack would leave a mark on the gorilla's arm. Long Houchin looked around them again, and suddenly understood the reason for their fight. Not far away, a soft white light floated in the air. This light was about the size of a human head, as if it was hanging on a piece of paper. Vaguely, it could be seen that there was a small cauldron in the white light, and the dense white light was emitted from it. It was a spiritual stove, and a very rare spiritual stove without any attribute. What was a spiritual stove without any attribute? For example, Long Houchin's Saint Spiritual Stove. This kind of spiritual stove without any attribute was the most gentle of all spiritual stoves. In other words, any strong person with any attribute could absorb it. Obviously, the demons were attracted to this spiritual stove after seeing it. And this gorilla was the spiritual stove's guardian that Ling Xiao had mentioned. Every spiritual stove would have a guardian, and only by killing the guardian or obtaining the guardian's permission could the spiritual stove be taken away. Obviously, this young demon's luck was not bad. He encountered a spiritual stove that he could use. Of course, it could also be said that his luck was very bad, because he met Long Houchin here. Instead of directly attacking, Long Houchin quietly retreated, and returned to the place where he had separated from his companions. After giving a few simple words, he climbed back up the big tree. There was no need to say anything. He and Yuting's mind were connected, and a light chant was constantly emitted from Yuting's mouth. A soft golden light rippled and fell on Long Houchin's body. This was a great recovery spell that Long Houchin did not know. A single target healing spell, but he did not need to know it. As long as Yuting knew it, he could use it. Giving Yuting a thumbs up, Long Houchin's figure flashed, and he finally jumped down from the tree. Suddenly, there was one more person. Whether it was the sturdy gorilla or the young demon, their attacks all paused. At this moment, a golden light flashed and fell on the gorilla's body. It was the great recovery spell that Long Houchin had Yuting prepare for him. Many times, actions were far more important than words. Long Houchin did not know if the gorilla could understand his words, but he could use his actions to show his identity as an enemy. A great recovery spell fell on the gorilla's body, and immediately the dozens of wounds on his arms quickly healed. The warm and pure light elements made the gorilla's fierce eyes look at Long Houchin suddenly become a lot gentler. At the same time, Long Houchin had already rushed towards the young demon. He gave his back to the gorilla. His body language showed his trust in the gorilla. He also believed that a magical beast that could guard the spiritual stove for Fantasy Paradise must be quite intelligent. At least it should understand that he was helping it. The young demon growled, but did not say anything. The green flame heavy sword in his hand shone with a green light and went straight for Long Houchen. The hot air caused distorted ripples in the air. Long Houchen did not retreat even half a step. He raised his two swords and used divine defense to block. There was a crisp clang and golden light flashed. Long Houchen actually took half a step back, but he also felt the opponent's strength through this attack. Peak rank 6. This sword's foundation was close to 10,000 points of spiritual energy. But this was nothing for Long Houchen. The gap in spiritual energy could be made up for with skills and other strength. The golden light of Light's vengeance shone, and Long Houchen quickly took a step forward with his left foot. He suddenly exerted force in his calf and rushed towards the young demon like an arrow. Blue rain and hibiscus of light in his right hand had already turned into thousands of golden light spots that covered the opponent. It was demon extermination flash. The young demon did not retreat half a step. Facing Long Houchen's attack, he swung the green flame heavy sword in his hand in front of him, and a large green light screen suddenly rippled. Long Houchen's demon-killing flash pierced the green light screen, creating a layer of water-like ripples. Unexpectedly, it was all blocked. This is a Radiance-grade equipment. That green flame heavy sword is at least a Radiance-grade equipment. The young demon's actual combat experience was obviously very rich. While blocking Long Houchen's attack, the pair of wings on his back suddenly spread open, and a sharp aura instantly erupted from his body. Then from his body a light shadow that was exactly the same as his body appeared, and it went straight for Long Houchen. This light shadow's body was shining with a strong green flame. The moment it was activated, the temperature within a radius of 100 meters rose sharply. Large areas of the surrounding plants were charred. Long Houchen snorted coldly. His forward momentum did not change, but he put away blue rain and hibiscus of light. He held Light's retribution with both hands and made a heavy, slashing motion. The dazzling golden light was completely contained in Light's retribution. The golden light flashed, and the green light shadow was instantly split into two, passing by both sides of his body. Then Long Houchen's body suddenly blazed with golden light, and the golden wings on his back suddenly stretched out and flapped with force. Because his speed was too fast, his entire body seemed somewhat illusory in the air. When Long Houchen broke his shadow split strike, the young demon finally seemed to panic a little. However, he was not that easy to deal with. With a furious roar, the green flame heavy sword also moved forward and went straight for Long Houchen's Light's retribution. However, he did not intend to block Light's retribution with this stab. Instead, it was a move to perish together with the enemy. The green flame heavy sword was close to 6 feet long, while Long Houchen's Light's retribution was less than 4 feet long. With the same stab, it was obvious that Long Houchen was going to be hit first. The young demon's mind was very clear. In a situation where he was suddenly at a disadvantage, he made an extremely correct choice. In fact, he had no choice but to do so, because the sharpness of Long Houchen's Shura slash made him feel a great sense of crisis. Moreover, Long Houchen's stab and slash were connected too quickly, so he could not react at all. If Long Houchen dodged, then his attack would definitely be weakened. However, if he did not dodge, then the green flame heavy sword would definitely penetrate his body first. Given the young demon's cultivation base and the radiant holy sword, it was not something that his radiant holy armor could block. However, the determination in Long Houchen's eyes to kill the enemy did not weaken at all. In the process of charging forward, the tip of his left foot suddenly rubbed against the ground gently, and his entire body suddenly tilted slightly in the air. It was as if he had lost his center of gravity, and his body that was originally charging forward became sideways. Just this simple change allowed him to dodge the stab of the green flame heavy sword. And this seemingly simple movement was completed at the most crucial moment. The green flame heavy sword even brushed past the radiant holy armor, letting out a series of ear-piercing sounds as it rubbed against the armor. Puff! Because of the deflection of his body, Long Houchen's sword that was originally aimed at the opponent's chest naturally changed a little. It pierced through the position where the young demon's left chest and left shoulder connected. The dense light elements turned into extremely sharp energy that instantly drilled into the opponent's body. Roar! The young demon roared violently. Immediately after, there was a loud explosion on his left shoulder, and a bloody hole the size of a human head was blasted open. However, he also took this opportunity to stagger back, and with a forceful flap of his wings, he flew away while sticking close to the ground. The explosion on his shoulder was not caused by Long Houchen. Instead, it was caused by the fire and darkness spiritual energy in his body. The reason was very simple. After Long Houchen's Shura thorn pierced into his body, the sharp spiritual energy brought about by the Shura thorn could not be resisted by his meridians. Although it pierced the center of his shoulder and chest, if the sharp spiritual energy was allowed to wreak havoc, even if he wanted to escape, he would not be able to. Therefore, this young demon was very ruthless to himself. At the crucial moment, he actually detonated his own spiritual energy and violently exploded at the location of the wound, causing the sharp spiritual energy of the Shura thorn to explode and force it out of his enlarged wound. Although this caused him to lose too much blood and was seriously injured, he still had the ability to adapt in the short term. At the very least, he had to escape from here first. No matter how good the spiritual stove was, he needed to be alive to enjoy it. No matter how good the spiritual stove was, he needed to be alive to enjoy it. Long Houchen did not chase. It was not that he did not want to, but that he could not. One slash and one stab. It looked very simple, but it was the strongest attack he could achieve at the moment. The Shura chop and Shura thorn had consumed half of his spiritual energy. No matter how talented he was, in this kind of situation he needed to have some buffer time. He needed to slightly adjust the spiritual energy in his body. Yu Ting's pure light, elemental spiritual energy was quickly transferred into his body through Brilliant World. One could see this beautiful fairy floating there with her hands in a heart-shaped position. A bright golden light shone on Long Houchen's back. The reason why he made such a choice at the first sight was because of Long Houchen's careful judgment. The young demon's strength was very strong. He was at the peak of the sixth step. If it was a normal battle, it would not be easy for Long Houchen to win, because the other party was not as simple as a peak of the sixth step. The fact that he could represent the demons and come here showed his status among the demons. He could not be treated as an ordinary demon. Once he confronted the other party, Long Houchen did not have the confidence to win. But using the Shura chop and Shura thorn consecutively was different. Long Houchen appeared suddenly and launched his strongest attack without any pause. The other party's reaction was always half a beat slower. Sure enough, the attack succeeded and directly injured the opponent. At this time, the young demon was very depressed. He did not even know what happened and was injured by Long Houchen. His Shadow Split Strike was a very powerful attack skill. It could be said to be a combination of attack and defense, but it was directly broken by the Shura chop. The Shura thorn after that made it impossible for him to dodge. Coupled with Long Houchen's quick reaction, he was seriously injured. His heart was already at its limit, but his heart was still very calm. After being seriously injured, the first thing to do was to escape. This hatred could only be avenged if he was alive. In a moment, the young demon was about to hide in the forest. At this time, he felt a gust of evil wind blowing on his face. A huge ball of light, shining with a strong golden light, suddenly arrived. The attack was very sudden and abnormally powerful. At the moment of life and death, the young demon burst out with all his potential. The wings on his back suddenly spread to the extreme, using the air resistance to slightly reduce his forward momentum. At the same time, his right foot tapped on the ball of light and borrowed the force to jump sideways. With a muffled bang, the ball of light fell to the ground. However, the young demon's body also trembled violently. His entire right leg instantly lost feeling. Was the crushing of the vigorous light pill and the ripple of light so easy to resist? Not to mention that he was seriously injured. A ball of strong silver light almost collided with his body. This time he no longer had any possibility of dodging. Gritting his teeth, he brazenly slashed with the green flame heavy sword in his hand. At the same time, he spat out a mouthful of black blood on the heavy sword. The green flame on the heavy sword suddenly blazed and forcibly cut through the silver light. However, his body had already been forced to the ground. I can't stop or I will definitely die. This was the only thought in the young demon's mind. At the moment when he was about to land, his body turned around and his left foot struck the ground with all his strength, pushing his body to change direction again. With a twist of his body, the wings on his back flapped with all his strength. The spiritual power in his body crazily rushed to the wings. Because he used too much strength, the huge wound on his shoulder crazily spurted black blood. However, at this time he couldn't care so much. Puff! In the air, the young demon spat out another mouthful of black blood. His body also changed. His eyes instantly turned blood red. His whole body's muscles suddenly swelled, and the wound on his shoulder unexpectedly healed at an astonishing speed. Originally, he was a little exhausted, but now he was full of vigor and vitality again. His speed suddenly increased. Demon God Disintegration Art. Demon's Bloodline Skill. At this time, a huge flaming skeleton also brazenly arrived at this time. This attack, which had been accumulating power for a long time, contained an explosion of more than 4,000 spiritual power. It brazenly collided with the young demon's body. The ear-piercing roar shook the fantasy paradise. A scene that shocked the 21st general-level monster hunters happened. The young demon actually forcibly smashed the fire spell that Lin Xin had accumulated power to release. His body's speed didn't decrease, but increased, and he flew in a direction like lightning. Demon God Disintegration Art could squeeze out all the potential of the user in an instant and temporarily burst out a powerful force at the cost of burning one's own life force and soul. Under the situation of being seriously injured and facing so many strong enemies, the young demon didn't care about holding anything back. In order to survive, he would rather bear a strong backlash after using Demon God Disintegration Art. It should be known that it would take at least 3 years to recover his vitality after using this skill once. Among the demons, this Demon God Disintegration Art could only be used by the 72 Demon God Pillars and their direct bloodline inheritors. The identity of this young demon was already obvious. A shining golden figure blocked the path that he must pass through without hesitation. Holy Light Infusion Shield Divine Defense Block. At the same time, 2 loud and clear dragon roars also sounded behind the young demon. He had already raised the green flame heavy sword in his hand, but a special force forced him to turn around. However, his huge body crashed into Han Yu's light reflection shield. Bang! Han Yu, who had used Divine Defense Block, was still sent flying. At this time, the blue and gold mini dragon energy fiercely crashed into the young demon's body. The young demon screamed, and despair appeared in his eyes. At this moment, his spiritual power increased at an alarming rate, and actually broke through the limit of 10,000 in the blink of an eye. It was obvious that his original cultivation was not as simple as the peak of the 6th rank, and he deliberately suppressed his spiritual power here. However, just as his spiritual power broke through 10,000 and was about to break free from the light rain double dragon draw, an extremely majestic aura suddenly appeared in the fantasy paradise. Immediately after, a huge figure suddenly fell from the sky and smashed into his body. Boom! The young demon's body was smashed into the ground. Immediately after, a storm of blows rained down on his body. The sound of bones breaking was accompanied by the bloody scene of blood splattering. The figure that suddenly smashed into the ground was the gorilla that had fought with the young demon earlier. At this moment, it was undergoing an astonishing change. One could clearly see a large amount of yellow light pouring into its body from the floating light clouds in the air. Its originally extremely strong body grew at an alarming rate, and in the blink of an eye it became a big fellow that was at least 10 meters tall. Meanwhile, the young demon beneath him had already lost all signs of life.